Take my breath away. So stoked to finally get rid of me and do the next one by yourself. Nobody's trying to do every other week. Finally, you can do the video.
How many heats in the semifinals?
2, yeah. So, one, 2. Yeah. That way we'll do 1 men's, 1 women's, semifinal, and 1 final. And we'll stay fresher, better, right? Or I really like that.
Not like that. Wrong body.
Now, alright, 15 minutes to start. 15 minutes to start. World Junior Champions. We will begin the semi-finals with the women's first and then the men's. Coming up in the first semi-final, we have in the red and Iowa in blue. Coming up in 15 minutes. So we're going to start it off. An exciting semi-final meet down here on final day World Circuit League WSL. Okay. Put some quesos on it.
There we go, buddy.
Some quesos back.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
I'm just so beautiful. How was it back before?
I wasn't like that.
Really?
Well, it's going to take 3 hours and 20 minutes. So it's soon, it'll be dark. We're going to 5 minutes break. 3 hours and 25
I think we just switch or hit upward.
Yeah, but honestly, that's like 30 seconds. It's not a long time. 5 seconds.
No, you didn't tell me the whole bus.
You're on really professional series.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Let's do our job.
Are you commentating on POS?
Yeah, no, not anymore. That's kind of for low-level commentators. I only do championships from now on.
Yeah.
I just show up for championships when I leave, and then I let the dudes do the rest of it. But, so I'm going to do a good job.
Bro, balik ko lang to.
Oh, it is the day we have all been waiting for because we are crowning World Junior Champions here today at La Union in the Philippines. Waves are slightly small, but talent is high. We've got 6 surfers to round out the draw and find, actually, no, 8 surfers. Let's round that number up. 8 surfers to round out the draw. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Dai Wacko. We've been waiting a couple of days for this moment now. It is finally here. And what a couple of good-looking semi-finals we have.
Wow, this is the moment we've been waiting for the last couple of days, and semi-finalists looking sharp and super great surfers. You know, we can have Vi, Isla, Sierra, Yanire, Lennox, Dan, and everybody's looking sharp.
Everyone's looking incredible. Like we mentioned, we had 3 days off. Unfortunately, we've had this die in the swell. Usually this time of year we have these winds start to really wrap through, but there is just a slight typhoon kind of sucking the energy away from us on the east coast. But we roll through here looking at these semi-finals die. Semi-final 1, I mean, Isla Huppert, she's been the standout of the event so far, taking on Vi. That's going to be an incredible matchup. And then talk me through semi-final number 2.
Well, that's gonna be another great matchup. You know, Sierra and Yanide Gonzalez from Basque Country. They put in on a good show throughout whole week, and Sierra had a great lady as well. I've seen her stories playing golf with his dad. So it's been a great late days, you know. But final days on.
Finals day are on. We're going to take a look at the men's bracket as well. Obviously, we had 4 really contestable quarterfinals there. Moving on through to these semi-finals, 3 Aussies, 1 Israeli surfer, and a real dark horse in Nadav Attar as well.
Definitely, but you know, these guys, every one of them had a really tough heat to get to this point. So definitely, they now know what they need to do and what they are required to do to be a world champ here.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing who is going to lift up that trophy. We're going to find out in a couple of hours' time, because we have had a couple of days off, like we mentioned, but we've had an incredible looking run of events so far. Let's catch up with what we've been through, because it's been a beat since we've seen our competitors surfing. We're going to throw to highlights of the last day so we can enjoy some of the talent that we've seen so far. Forget just how much went down in those quarterfinals. They were really, really incredible matchups, but it does come down to these final 8 surfers that we have in competition. 4 ladies, 4 men, only 1 winner today here in the World Junior Championships. This is San Juan. This is Mona Lisa Point. We're going to kick it off underway with the women's out there this morning. So like we mentioned, Vahiti Mahana Inso from Hawaii. She's going to be taking on Isla Huppets out of Australia. Now, if we take a look at Isla's run in the event so far, that opening round posted a huge heat total, obviously had that 9 and that 6.83 as well. She moved on through into the round of 16, and she's just kind of been on this absolute winning tear. But so is Vahiti, who surfed an extra round, been in that elimination round. You know, both of these ladies, you'd have to think probably the 2 standouts so far.
Definitely 2 of the standout surfers throughout the whole week. You know, like you mentioned, Isla had a 9-point ride, just being put it on the great show, great performances, and I love how she released the tail on those top turns, and then on the other side, you know, Vi just putting on a good backhand show. She's really strong, powerful goofy footer, and you know, I'm really interested how she can put on her backhand attack, and you know, it's going to be a really, really powerful backhand attack as well.
Yeah, looking like they're starting off their heat with a bit of a paddle battle here. This is exactly how Vahiti started off her quarterfinal up against Carla. They paddled each other so far up the point that we saw more lefts in that heat than we did rights. So it's feeling like we've got a really similar start to this one, because Isla, she's not backing down here, Di. We love this energy from the women.
I really love this energy. You know, they've been waiting for this moment for 3 days, like you mentioned, lack of swell, but now it's on. Definitely, they're all hungry for the world champion. They definitely want to have a great start, quick start. So, yeah, it's a good energy there in the water.
Yeah, pretty cool to wake up for these competitors this morning and think, I could be a world champion by the end of the day, you know? So every
Yeah.
single one of them would have had that thought run through their head. Obviously, we've got Sierra Kerr in the draw, who's already a world champion. Dane Henry's an ISA World Junior Champion, but you know, you look at these two and it doesn't feel like having World Junior Champion next to their name would be, you know, you wouldn't be kind of second guessing if you saw that. Got distracted. I saw footage of Clancy Dawson running up the beach just then. I feel like he's trying to tell them to go the other way because look
Wow.
how far up the girls are. That Purefoods sign right there is exactly where that first part of the reef is. Look how far up the point they've paddled each other.
There you can see the you know the gap, the channel that we used to paddle from, and that's how far they went up the points. That's a different far away because it's about like 100 meters or more even.
Yeah, so where we're looking is directly out front of where we are as well. It's out front of where the judges are. They would be easy 100, 200 meters up the beach right now, well and truly off the point. So this has kind of been Vi's tactic so far. She's been paddling her competitors way up the point and then coming all the way down. I'm a little surprised that Isla, she fell for this. She's usually really strong in her decision making and not getting phased by her competitor. But she wants the inside. So obviously getting the inside has been a big part of their game plan here this morning.
Definitely, you know, choosing the right ones are the key factor in this kind of condition. It's slow. You have to be patient, but you don't really want to be taking a lot of waves because of the lack of swells. So definitely, the first wave will be a key to have to start this semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're starting to make their way back down now. Pretty sure I even overheard that they were out of the competition area from our beach announcer there. So they've got to make their way back down the point. But yeah, what a way to kick off this semi-final. We've got 35-minute heats all the way through to the finals. 6 heats till we're going to round out this event here today. We're going to wait and see these ladies get back on the point, but taking a look at this swell, like we mentioned, it is small, but it's bigger than the last couple of days. It's about a 1.9 foot swell, with about a 6-second period. So just that power is really lacking as well. Like I mentioned, usually this time of year we see these winds and swell really come down the west coast of the Philippines, but unfortunately there has been a bit of a typhoon sucking all that energy up on the east coast of the Philippines right now. So direction is there for the swell. Unfortunately, though, it's just not filling in, but we're loving a bit of the battle going down. I can see Stace right amongst the action. Stace, what do you make of it?
Oh, you know, got to love a bit good of tactics this early in the morning, or should I say midday, but yeah, the girls have just gone left, right out here. There's absolutely no waves going on down that way for starters, and B, yeah, the judges can't see them. We can't see them. Bit of commotion, though. Good way to start the comp. But instead of getting a 35-minute heat, they're just going to get 30, Jess. Still plenty of time left on the clock. Not panic stations just yet.
Not yet. You love a paddle battle, Stace. You're not scared of one.
No, I like watching them. Being involved in them, no good. But at the end of the day, it is tricky. You are going to see the scrappiness go to a very high level today, and you can see why. The conditions, obviously, they are what they are, but at the end of the day, you're still going to need to ride waves to score points, obviously, and getting it down there, I think that was just turning into a bit of an Iron Woman race, really.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Stace. Yeah, a little bit of energy going out in the water this morning, so loving that these guys are heading back down the point. Now, like Stace mentioned, they're just going to lose that extra 5 minutes here, but you can just see this swell super small. When the swell's this small, Di, you got to think it's all about having faith in your equipment out there.
Definitely, you know, you got to have faith in your equipment, and that choosing the right equipment is another key factor to get through the semi-finals, definitely. But these guys are ready for anything, you know. They are required to surf bigger waves, and, you know, they have to surf one of these kind of conditions to be a world champ. So they are ready to surf one of the smaller size waves.
The judges have been pretty picky with heat restarts here today, and you could just tell even by that pulled back shot, felt like maybe they were missing opportunities down the line there.
Definitely they need to come a bit inside so that they can actually have the opportunities. You know, you can see the one guy just waving to you know, tell them to go to the left side of the area, because I think there's so much opportunities still. Even it's small, there's still opportunities that you can hit a couple of sections through the inside sections.
Yeah, let's take a look at their exact lineup. This drone angle giving us a really good idea of where they are. They are well past, where we've seen that European camp, which has been pretty much as deep as you want to sit, right where our Basque countrymen, our Spanish surfers have been teaming up and making their home base. They are still past that. So these ladies, I should say, still off the bank here, Di. We saw, like I mentioned, we saw this with Vi in the quarterfinals, and we saw fours go down in that quarterfinal. And then we saw Isla paddle out, surf on that main peak in her quarterfinal, and she dropped an 8. So you'd really love both of them to either Vi to learn from that lesson and Isla to really stick to her strengths, but you've got to think at some point you just drop the inside and you go sit on the bank.
Definitely, and it's at some point you got to roll the dice to get through this heat. So definitely, it's not a good idea to just paddle up the point all the time. But definitely, these ladies want to have the deeper section so that they can have the chance to get the first set.
Thing I find interesting is Vi is paddling her up the reef but not challenging her for the inside. She's happy to sit. So this is quite an interesting tactic here, because if you want the inside that bad, you just paddle around her. But right now she's happy to sit and keep forcing Isla. So I think this is genuinely a tactic from Vi to throw Isla off here, because you can see Isla holding very strong on having that inside position. I don't think it's really going to matter when you're that far up the point. You can hear the beach announcers saying, "Ladies, you're out of the lineup again." And I'd just be really surprised if we did see a heat restart in the next minute and 40 seconds.
Right, but now like you mentioned, Vi had an inside section, but now she has a deeper section. That's I think, just like you mentioned, that was one of the strategy that she was just doing in this semifinals and doing great. Now she has a deeper section, so she gets a chance to get a next set if the set rolls in.
Yeah, so if we look at this drone angle, where that big patch of whitewater is down to the bottom left of your screen, that's the main peak there, and you can see how far off the bank they are right now. With these waves rolling through on that main peak, pretty much straight out the front of where we are, there is definitely opportunities going down. So just over a minute to see if we're going to get a heat restart. But yeah, I mean, you got to think a paddle battle at the start of the heat and trying to throw your competitor off, it'd be getting pretty tense out there between these two now. They actually both went to the waterfall yesterday. It was nice and happy. They're obviously really good mates, but tension's on out there this morning.
Tensions on, they are all hungry. They have hungers to be, crowning the world champion, so they don't really want to give each other the inside section. But yeah, just like you mentioned, we've seen a lot of, waves just breaking along the reef, a little bit down the point. So there's potential waves coming through actually. So I'm interested how head judge will judge if they're gonna restart or not in about a minute.
In your competing days, Di, who do you reckon was the best hassler that you came up against?
I would say in my era, I would say Takumi Nakamura from Japan.
Really?
He was a really, really strong and smart and hustle competitor.
He still loves a hassle.
Yeah, definitely.
Still competing, absolutely loves getting fiery, and amongst it, it really does, I feel like, add a little bit of fire and flair. But it's interesting right now between these two ladies. We're going to see if one of them can take away, but we're past that 25-minute mark and we've got no restart here, Di.
So pretty much there was some kind of like opportunity that you can actually get in a lineup. That's why we don't have restart in this heat. So first set, they missed the first set pretty much. So now they settle in, and hopefully they're going to be catching the set next time.
Yeah, unfortunately a bit of a mistake from both of our ladies here. You can see Julian on the beach there. He's there with Annette Gonzalez, and you can see he's kind of frustrated for them.
Right.
Unfortunately, now we've had both of the ladies kind of find their mark on the reef right now, and hopefully we just get to see a little bit of action from these two. They're going to lose 11 minutes in this heat already, so they're down to just that usual 25-minute heat.
Wow, this heat actually goes so quick. 11 minutes in already. There's no waste, but that's how much tension they are, So much tension in the last 11 minutes. And times goes really quickly, and probably for them as well. So, well, a lot of nerve-wracking moments.
If you're
are
watching
coming
in that next heat, are you thinking, oh, is it on? You know, are we going to
Right.
do the same thing? Or are you thinking, oh, I'm just going to go and sit on the peak and try and catch a couple waves right off the bat?
Wow, if I was surfing in the semifinals, I'd probably just trying to sit inside whole way through. I'm not gonna giving up my inside section.
Oh, you're paddling up the point.
Yeah, definitely.
He's going all the way, getting caught out of the area.
That's my plan. That would be my plan. But it's hard to make a decision here. But decision making is one of the hardest point. But in a smaller condition like this, there's not much, opportunities coming through the lineup. You have to make the right decision making in here in the water.
Yeah, looking at these two semi-finals, thinking back to that round one that we had pretty much a week ago, and every name in that, we think of Arena Rodriguez, Bella Kenworthy, Mirai Ikeda, Anon Matsuoka. Did you see these being our semi-finalists?
Yeah, for sure. They've been put on a great show, so definitely, yeah. But they have the skills to be in the semifinals and to be the world champion. But it's a competition. It's a win or lose. So definitely the surfer gets a better wave or better performances have to get through to the next round. But all the surfers have ability to be a world champ here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, thinking back even to the men's side, all four of those surfers have been pretty much the standouts of the event so far. Lucas Cassidy had an amazing first round as well. Unfortunately, we lost him in the round of 16. We're going to have a paddle here, so hopefully first ride going underway. Isla Huppets. It's a small looking inside one, but we have action here. One turn. There's that trademark finner that we know that Isla Huppets has on lock. But Di, hello, all systems go. We're running for competition today.
Let's go. It's one of the small size waves, but still managed to get a one turn in. I think that's a great call from Isla. She didn't have the inside section, but still able to catch one of those waves that actually runs. And then she had a one turn in, so that was a definitely great first wave of the heat of the finals day.
Yeah, so we're going to see kind of where that scale is going to be set for the judges. Obviously, it's going to look a little bit different to the last few days. A lot of locals really tuning in. We obviously have a big longboard event coming up, but that one turn small wave there, a 3-5 dive. So the judges still going to ask our surfers to get 2 or 3 turns, something bigger down the line here for Isla Huppets. It's another single turn wave, but just building that momentum. I feel like when it's small like this, the more time you're on your feet, the more opportunities you're going to have.
Definitely, yes. Especially when you have like 11 minutes just paddling. And then now, Isla started her heat in the semifinals. And just like you said, it's just great to be on the foot and just get a wave,
Yeah, you can see even just there's just a bit more swell pushing down the point here. And the pace of the wave compared to Isla's first one to that one, it had more energy to it. So the ladies back on that main part of the reef, that first peak. So we're going to see where that next wave of Isla comes in. But like you mentioned, Di, smart decisions here.
Love that, decision making from Isla, just getting on those smaller size waves and just get the job done, one turn in. And that'll do the job because 3.5 and now she has a 3.0. So a bit of pressure now onto Vi.
Yeah, Vi chasing a single wave score of a 6.5. Obviously can break it down in 2 if she feels like it. 17-year-old from the south shore of Oahu. She's already on the Challenger Series, so she's got all of these incredible international reps under her belt, but she's looking to add something pretty special to her big line of trophies, which is that World Junior title right now. So Isla, she has this ability to keep adding pressure, keep chipping away at building scores here. 3 and a 3.5 for some pretty easy turns for Isla to do. I can't wait to see where that's going to go when she really does connect with the section.
Definitely. Now she knows that she can get 3.5 with that first turn. Definitely she is going to look for the section that actually she can, release the tail, the fins out. And that's one of the turns she was just showing her skills on the last couple of days. So definitely there's going to be another great performance from Isla, but so interested how Vi will unfold this heat.
Yeah, Isla, she's had a pretty good year so far, especially on that QS. When you look back to some of her results, she's currently sitting second on the regional QS. She came here last year and competed, had a quarterfinal finish, so she's already improving. Good signs when we look to the horizon at this point. It feels like this is a bit of energy that we wanted to see. Maybe one of the biggest waves we've seen come through in this past hour. So good signs right now. Vahiti, she's going to take it. Check snap to start this one off. That's a better looking section. So a long wait for this one, but it's got nice energy. It's got good pace. Straight to the inside on the reef there. It's pretty shallow where she is, but she's going to get herself a pretty good looking first wave.
Wow, that was one of the waves that worth waiting for. She's been waiting this wave for about 13 or 15 minutes almost, and then she got this beautiful set wave, and she got the 3 turns down, turns in. So definitely great wave to start her campaign. It didn't have a steeper section, and couldn't really go vertical off the top, but still a beautiful 3-turn combo, throwing up little sprays at the back. So different approach compared to Isla Huppert's last 2 waves, but beautiful surfing.
Yeah, great looking wave, especially this second turn. Just had that speed, a lot of commitment. You can tell that Vi knows that she needed to put a good score on the board here, especially for this first wave, considering it was almost 20 minutes that she didn't have a wave, which is a long time, especially in this round and the conditions we have on offer. But you got to think, Di, when competing in small waves like this, just having a positive headspace and just having being able to back yourself in these small waves, it means so much to just keep charging forward through these rounds.
Definitely. And then if you make the decision to just wait, you have to wait. You can't, you don't really want to change your plans after, after you have, you waited for like 10 minutes and maybe I should change your plans. I wouldn't say you should just stick with the original plan in the smaller conditions.
Yeah, Vahiti, she's looking at a 5-point ride. So stuck to her plan, paid off. Highest wave score of the heat so far. Isla really looking to improve on those 3s now to just keep herself edging ahead in that first position. A 1.5 currently the requirement. Now we look to the shore here, straight directly out in front of those judges. We're going to hope to see a little bit more energy come on through, but we're still getting tactics go down, even with priority established here. Vi just kind of snaking around either a little bit. We saw her sit directly under her after that wave. Are you thinking it's getting in the head of Isla Huppert's right now?
Yeah, definitely. But there's still 15 minutes left on the clock. And then now I'm pretty sure Isla's going to wait for the set. Now Vi has 5.0. That's a huge score for this condition. And Isla now needs a good heat. I mean, she's in the lead at the moment, but Vi only needs 1.50. So definitely Isla will be waiting for one of the sets to actually get into the 5 and 6 point range.
Yeah, it feels like there's a bit of interest in something coming their way. Maybe just not quite standing up on the reef here, but these guys just had a pretty solid practice session out there. They got to get used to these conditions, used to how this swell is hitting the reef here. We knew there was going to be a little bit more filter in, hence why it was such a late call. It's definitely picked up since we first came down this morning.
Definitely picked up a bit. Picked up a lot. We didn't see waves like this, but this is an important wave for Vi.
Yeah, 1.5 is what she's chasing. We've had this little steep bowl the entirety of the event so far, but you can just tell with this smaller period swell, it is really forcing our surfers to pretty much bring out their best grovel game. You've got to think 2 small turns, a 1.5, it's a pretty easy yes here. But Vi, one of the stronger girls here, and she's making these small waves look pretty fun.
Definitely. She's having a great heat so far. She got the 5, and then now she got the 2 turns in on the last wave, needing only small score 1.50, and she's definitely done the job with the 2 turns, and now adding a lot of pressure to Isla. Now probably Isla needs one of the bigger sets to actually answer back.
Yeah, we're going to see a pretty cool back and forth battle go down between these 2 competitors. We're already past that 14-minute mark, so we're well and truly into this heat, and it's kind of time where we're going to need to see these competitors really start trying to find as many waves as they can, because you can see even just from those past 2 rides, a 2.67 Vahiti now goes to the lead. So Isla chasing a 4.18. We've got a bit of interest in something coming our way here. It's a paddle from young Isla. Goes through a bit of dead water here, so she's hoping to get a little bit more. Wow, that board carrying her beautifully down the line. That's a better looking section. Nice connection for young Isla. She's going to get a slash on the inside as well. So,
Wow.
you know what? Whoever wins the World Junior today, they're going to earn it.
Definitely.
They're really going to earn it, because it's small. It doesn't have that power that these guys are used to, but they're still giving it their absolute all here.
Definitely. And then that was a great wave selection from Isla. It was really slow start. There's a little bit of a further section to start with, but definitely managed really well on the wave, and she only needs 4.18. Now she did a good 2 turns, so wow, it was a great answer back from Isla.
How's the way a board carried her through that
Yeah.
dead section? What a great board.
I know. Just like you mentioned in the beginning of this heat, you know, the equipment selection will be really important key factor in this heat.
You can see we've had already a situation change again. So Isla goes back to the lead with a 4.33 on that last one. So it feels like this is going to be the theme that we're going to have for the entirety of competition. Isla looking to build more. She wants to drop that 3.5. She's going to get this one under Vi's priority here. Bit of energy through the inside. It's one big turn. Almost buries the nose there. But again, these single critical moments have been pretty much her strength the entirety of this event so far. So all the power to it to go and hit one big section like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's worth going for the closing out section, and Isla, she just showcasing her skill set throughout the week on the top, one of the top turns, and that last turn was amazing. She just pushing the tail really hard, just releasing the tail. So great job. She's showcasing her strength throughout the week. So.
Yeah, felt better than the 3.5 that we saw earlier in the heat as well. And you know what? It's a strong game plan, because when you look at Vi needing a 2.83, you definitely want to try and back it up again. We've got replays here though, Di. 2 waves back to back here.
Wow, great, decision making there. Great surfing. Love the squares up, vertical off the top, and it gets another turn in the end. So great surfing, and this is a back-to-back wave. I'm really enjoying watching the one single maneuver there. Definitely, it'll be improving her situation here.
Yeah, advantage Isla. 5.5 for that last one. Big turn there. So, we were just talking about it. Having a competitor only need a 2.83, you can basically hear them breathing down your neck. It feels like they're standing right behind you, and you just want to keep creeping away and try and find that little bit more room to move. A 4.84, it's going to be something special. We look at that 5 or that 5.5, it had at least one solid moment on it. So now it's really going to ask Vi to either go to one big turn or find a couple of those combos that we've seen her be her strength. So she's had this opposite where she's just had incredible wave selection this entire event.
And then, even in this semi-final, hit number 1, she got one of the set and got to 5.0. So now needs 4.84, and which is pretty big score to me in this condition. But still, Vi already had a taste of getting 5.0 in this heat. So definitely not too much of the pressures now. Probably she's just thinking, okay, now I have 5.0. Now I need 4.84. She knows exactly what she needs to do on the next one.
Yeah, 4.84. It's got to have at least one good moment on it, at least one. So pretty interesting right now. It feels like you could cut tension with a knife out there. It looks tense between those two, but there's nothing
Definitely.
like a bit of competitive fire. And especially at this part of the round, the semi-finals, we're going to see similar action go down in semi-final heat number 2. Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri will be taking on Sierra Kerr. Yanire obviously winning ISA gold last year. Just has kind of gone on this role, and her sister as well, Annette, getting a second over in the Brazil Challenger Series. We haven't seen the Europeans take home a World Junior title in quite some time. We think back to Vahina Fierro, but it's been this real European dominance kind of across the board on the Challenger Series. So Yanira trying to bring that over to the juniors as well.
Definitely, she just wanted to get the world title next to her name right now. She's already a gold medalist in ASA series, and it's great to have one in the WSL event.
She's an Olympian as well for Yanira. So good looking matchup coming up against Sierra Kerr. Power versus a bit of a progressive surfer there. So that's going to be pretty interesting. They'll be out there in just over 8 minutes time. Isla though, 5-5 and a 4-3-3. Has her out in a lead, but only just. It's not a super convincing lead at this point. 4-8-4 is required for Vi. She's only stood up twice in the last 27 minutes.
Wow, that's not many waves she's got in the last 28 minutes. But she has the ability to get on the better waves. Wow, tensions there in between two of the surfers. It's just quite big field, and you always can get away from your competitor, but they are sitting next to each other.
What are you thinking? 7.5 minutes to go. You need a 4-8-4. You're one heat away from potentially being a world junior champion, and the lady who's currently beating you is within holding hands distance.
That's a lot of tense there. Wow. But only thing she can do, the Vahidi can do, is just to wait for the right ones. That's pretty much the one strategy that she can go with.
Yeah, it feels like there's a little bit more energy down the reef here, exactly where these ladies are sitting. Stacey's just out and about, right in front of it. How's it looking out there, Stace?
Yeah, it's good to see some service on the peak, Jess, that's for sure. SMC infrastructure conditions update here, and yeah, look, it's going to be feisty today. It's going to be scrappy, we know that. But as we can see, with the waves running into the hole here, they do offer some scoring opportunity. We've seen that from Isla, we've seen that from Vahiti. Got Sierra Kerr running out here. Opted for a board change, noticeably different from the board she was riding the other day. Zero gravity, looks like PU, could be wrong, but it might be a little PU with some epoxy resin or some sort of spicy magic in there. But nevertheless, we're going to see an exciting next semi-final coming up for sure.
Stace, what are you riding if you're out there today?
A 11-11 paddleboard. No, look, I don't know. It's like getting into the waves quite tricky. You saw that with Isla Hubbards's one good turn from earlier in the heat. It's just a game of inches today. Like riding the right board is going to be crucial, like Di was speaking about, and picking like where you take off in the lineup is even going to be even more imperative than the other day. Good small wave surfing is hard to do, and it starts at the takeoff. So where I'd be sitting is I wouldn't be sitting too deep. You want to make sure that you're in the channel and you get that length of ride. As we see Vahiti here up and riding on a nice looking wave, Jess.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. She's already got one turn under her belt, but just the one. So that wave, it looked like it had a good amount of pace and energy to it, but 4.84, Di, I don't think it's getting there.
I don't think, it's not going to be a 4.84, but definitely it was good-looking wave. She probably wanted to just race down the line first and then get the steeper walls, but that was a little bit of unfortunate for Vi, but still there's 5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, slightly improves her situation. So she's got 2.73, still needing that 4.84 though, so that high mark right now is a 5. Interesting equipment change here for Sierra, if that is a PU, because that half epoxy, half carbon model she's been riding has looked really good under her feet.
Definitely, it's interesting to see if it's a PU surfboard on a smaller waves. Condition like this, I would prefer use maybe carbon surfboard, goes really, generate so much speed, or maybe on the EPS surfboard, but PU, it's an interesting call.
Would you look for a quad for some extra speed, or not quite when it's this small?
I don't think I would go with the quad. I'll definitely stay with the 3 fins in the water.
You can see all of our ladies choosing that as well. I'm interested to see what Yanira is going to be on. Yeah, I mean, obviously all of Sierra's boards look incredible under her feet, and having Josh Kerr, her dad, around here, helping her break down that decision would be pretty important between those two. And like you mentioned, like Stace mentioned, it's just backing your equipment and your ability to have small wave surfing. But I love what Stace said there. It's all about the takeoff, and it's at the start. And having that initial speed at the start of the wave is going to set you up completely for that, for the entirety of the wave, but just that paddling right at the start.
Definitely, I totally 100% agree with you and Stace saying definitely you have to be on the right spot to take off to generate so much speed, and then it's you have to be super precise on every single turn. Even one of those bottom turns, you don't really want to engage the rail so hard because it can it can catching rail, and that's so definitely precise decision and precise positioning, so everything has to be on point.
It's got to be perfect, and
Right.
speed is going to separate our first from our second to our thirds. Thinking on the men's side of the draw, I don't think we've seen anyone surf with as much speed as Winter. I think he's looking the fastest of the event so far, but I think he's got a great matchup there with Nadav Attar, so they'll be coming up in not too far from here, just over about an hour's time. Right now, though, Isla Huppets, who I'd say probably surfing with the most speed on the women's side, she's currently holding down the lead here, that 5.5 and a 4.33. Really smart decision-making to get that 4.33 and then take another wave straight away. One big turn is a 5.5. So there's those slight decisions that you were just touching on, Di. Everything's got to be in line. And not only speed, but confidence in those decisions as well is what's going to make a champion.
Definitely, the confidence on the decision making is really important. If you want to wait, just wait with a lot of confidence in it. And then now, Isla's having a great show here, but 2 minutes left and a lot of tension in the water. Definitely, it's still open for Vi as well. She has second priority, but still, Isla got 5.5 in under priority, so definitely there's still chance for two of them, and it's exciting. Another 2 minutes.
I was getting excited there when we were in that pullback shot because I was thinking, feels like there might be a bit of energy coming our way. Nothing like the last 2 minutes of a heat to really start to ramp up. No matter where you are, Pro Juniors, World Juniors, QSs, Challenger Series, there's always that last 5 to 2 minute frenzy where the energy just dials up. We've got a bit of interest in something here. Not quite going to hit that reef there. We've got under 90 seconds to go. It felt like there was energy coming our way. And you can see, look now, it's that complete role reversal. Isla really sticking close to Vi, pushing her up the point. But look at this. It feels like maybe a set's starting to roll through here,
Right.
Di. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Like you said, I can see a lot, bit of energy on the lineup right there. 1 minute, so wow, it's a clutch moment for two of the surfers.
Yeah, just showing that 35 minutes are going fast, and those first 10 minutes are crucial because you'd hate to walk away from this heat not the win. Whoever's going to take out this in the next 45 seconds and think, I could have won it in those first 10 minutes. Because clearly there was waves. We didn't get a restart. No takers for Vaihiti there. We've got 35 seconds. You can see Isla trying to force her onto something at this point. So she is pretty much trying to hold on for dear life here to get a spot into the final.
But there's 24 seconds, so I don't know. I can see the lines coming to the lineup now. So wow, intense moment.
I can hear Isla's sisters and mum from the other side of the world saying, clock, wind down. They want this heat to be over. Isla is 10 seconds away from a spot into the World Junior Championship final, and it looks like it is. It's going to be the young Australian who has been an absolute superstar of this event so far, Isla Huppets. Moving on through Vaihiti. Unfortunately, we lose our incredible Hawaiian surfer out of the draw, and they're just friends straight away. That hooter goes, and the ladies, they're loving it again. We are going to go to a quick ad break, but stay tuned. Sierra Kerr, Yanire Gonzalez Echabari taking it out for the semi-final. We'll see you guys soon.
mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
And into this way.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
We have our first finalists decided here at the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. Semi-final heat number 2. Currently in the water, Sierra Kerr in the red, Yanire Gonzalez Echevarri in the blue. Oz taking on the Basque Country for the last spot in the women's final. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by my big sister True, and pretty interesting start to that first heat, but we look like we've got a little bit more confirmed lineup here in the second one.
Yeah, definitely. There was positioning, maybe a couple of question marks there on where the best peak was. The girls trying to find the inside, but right now it seems like it's pretty clear on where the best peak is out there right now. So I think for Sierra and Yanire, maybe giving themselves a better opportunity at the start of this semi-final to start off strong and be on the first best wave.
Never met head-to-head, these two ladies, in a man-on-man matchup. They've met in 4-man heats a couple of times. They're currently 1-for-1 and when it comes to 4-man heats. So feels like, these guys are going to have to be getting pretty used to each other, their competition strategy, their formats, just the way they like to start their heats. And you can see right now Yanire really trying to hold down that inside position, and Sierra not really fazed by it at this point. So pretty solid heat. If we look at the run between these two ladies, Yanire's been on an absolute tear and pretty under radar for getting here. She's going to kick this campaign off here for semi-final heat number 2. Just slips off that board, unfortunately. So it looks like she's sticking with the carbon model, but she's going to be moving away and trying to create a little bit of space here.
Yeah, I think especially when it's small, to find space and create your own momentum is so important. And I feel like, Yanire, she's competed at so many different levels. She's such an informed competitor, regardless being a gold medalist at the ISA World Surfing Games. So I think, this is going to be a really good head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, it looks like Sierra might be interested in something here. We've got a small wave rolling through. It's going to be the start of her semi-finals. Bit of a slash to start this one off. Trying to get a bit more speed through the inside here. Gets the fin release for a second turn. So Sierra with a nice 2-turn combo to kick off her semi-final campaign. Someone who had an interesting start to hers but got the job done in a pretty convincing way. Isla Huppert, she's down there on the glass with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Jess. Huppo, walk us through that first 5.
Well, it started off with kind of a paddle way down to probably the other beach, which I don't know if was quite necessary, but it happened. And then I think we missed probably the best set, which you probably don't want to do out there when there's not too much. But I guess then we came back to the actual comp bank and then, found a couple little grovelly ones and just, tried to surf them with as much speed as I could. And then, the clock was running down pretty slowly, but was happy when the buzzer went. That was a bit scary at the end.
Taking set waves off your competitor in a slow day might be considered a competitive masterclass.
I don't know, I guess. You can barely call them sets, but, it is what it is. Had to be done.
So it wasn't part of your strategy?
Paddling way down the beach wasn't exactly planned, but it happened and then just had to reset and, start again, I guess, from 20-something minutes.
You did a great job. It's been a few days off here. I'd say that's probably the hardest thing coming from the juniors, adjusting to life, what might be on the CT or the championship tour for you guys in the future. This event obviously models that. What did you do on your days off and how did you kind of stay sort of relaxed but focused?
Yeah, it was pretty weird starting a whole comp and having 4 full days run and you get into such a rhythm and then you're off for 4 days. But I don't know, we found things to do. There was a really nice waterfall and some golf and stuff. We were just hanging out, kind of took your mind off the comp a bit, but then it was a bit weird, then you start back up again, but you're in the semi, so you can't really find your rhythm, you're straight back into it. But I don't know, I feel like I adjusted all right, and yeah, it's finals time now.
Certainly is. We'll let you watch the rest of this day. A couple Aussies in the draw. I'm sure you're cheering them on. We'll let you lock in. Thanks, Isla. Thanks,
Awesome.
Jess.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, Isla. Pretty cool to see that she's staying pretty locked in, even though, like she mentioned, sometimes it's hard to go from heaps of lay days and then go straight back in and find your rhythm. But unfortunately, there's not really any other choice. You know, you've got to be ready to kind of switch on at any time. And that's something that a lot of these juniors already have learned or will learn as they keep going through their career. But that's why we love the World Juniors. And like Stace mentioned, it models that championship tour format because it's going to teach these guys to switch it on and off just like that.
Yeah, and I think it's a really great, training ground, I guess, for them to see what it feels like to compete at that level, to compete in that, I guess, structure. As Stace mentioned, Jessie, and I feel like, for Isla, she's such an informed competitor at the moment. She's really surfing pretty much at a CT level, to be honest. She's really Challenger Series level, and she's got a couple more years. I mean, she's still so young. Obviously, she's a junior, and she's still got so much opportunity and so much growth left for her to actually become a championship tour surfer and a championship tour athlete, which I think is, definitely on the cards for her. And you look at the rest of the 4 competitors for these women, Sierra Kerr, Yanire, and also Vi as well. They're all such incredible competitors, and they've all got massive wins within their own right. It feels like it's, about time for them to be challenging for a CT appearance.
Yeah, I feel like we're not far away from it. If we look at that Challenger Series, Vi, like she mentioned earlier in this round, hasn't had the most ideal matchup, but sometimes that first year it's all about shaking off the nerves, finding your routine, simple things, knowing where to eat, knowing where to stay, things that you don't even think about. That pre-comp just prep is so important. Right now, their second year here for both of these ladies, Sierra Kerr and Yanire. Yanire obviously here with her sister, Coach Julian, and a really cool family unit coming out of the European side of it. And I was just talking to Di about it, we look at that Challenger Series, the European ladies have been absolutely dominating, and it feels like there's this incredible force coming out of that part of the world, and the Gonzalez Echebarri sisters are a driving force for that.
Yeah, they really are. And it's so awesome to see the two of them push each other and support each other regardless of, whether there's one still in the event or both of them. And I think, I remember in El Salvador, I was really lucky to go over there for the World Surfing Games, and Yanire and Annette were both in there. And Yanire ended up going on to win the event, and she was just looking so good. And Annette celebrated that win almost just as much as Yanire did. There was tears, there was emotions, and it was definitely well deserved.
A couple headstands going on
I know,
the
I'm
inside
loving
of the reef.
Just showing us, all the abilities around here in the Philippines, in La Union.
Yeah, it's all going down. So 25 to go. We look, these ladies currently tied on points, but it's 2 scores for Yanire. It's a 4.33 and a 0.5. Currently has her in second, a 4.83 for Sierra Kerr, just the one wave. So you can see having a 4 out there today is kind of like having a 7. It's actually a real keeper score. We look at that opening round, Isla, she had a 5.5 and a score in the 4s as well. So getting that straight off the bat here, leaving both of our women with a really nice even playing field between the two, both getting a score in that 4-point range. It feels like we saw it in that opening heat, we're going to keep seeing these back and forth battles go down. We know how much it means to every single one of these competitors. Sierra trying to be one of the few to ever get 2 World Junior titles.
She's one step closer to it right now. I mean, she's got the best wave of the heat. I feel like if anyone can do it, Sierra's definitely, in the chance for it. I feel like she's such a great small wave surfer. She obviously has the equipment there. So yeah, let's see how she goes. I mean, she's got a really, really great team behind her. Her dad Josh is obviously here as well. He's got so much knowledge, and I think for Sierra, she's got the air game too, and she can really bring it out on days like today.
Yeah, how good to see an air like today. It is so hard to do it when it is this small. It is so hard to get into the air, but she's got such incredible technique. Obviously, 4-time Ladybird champion over at Stab High. Some of them in that Ladybird, some of them in the Open Women division. So she definitely has the talent to be able to do it. I know it's something that she really wants to start implementing more into her competitive surfing, but We think about some other people who have won multiple World Junior Surfing titles, Jack Freestone, Parko, big names that Sierra wants to add her name to. And she's pretty close to doing it right now, has the lead, but just would love to see, like we mentioned, that air game come into play here. But she's really been having to rely on her rail, which I think, although we know is strong, could almost be a bit of a mental task for her as well, to know that you have this just arsenal of airs in your back pocket, but sometimes not being able to use it. It could be a little bit daunting for a competitor.
Yeah, for sure. And I just think when you're in that space and you're going, but I really want to get a section, I really want to do this, and then you're on the receiving end of that, it's tricky to be like, is she going to get the section to go to the air? You know, Vi just debriefing as well.
Looks like she's down there with the birthday boy, Lucas Skinner, 18
Wow.
today.
Big happy birthday.
18 for the young British surfer. Vi, not looking too phased. Obviously she'd be bummed, but I think she knows she's had an incredible run here, been definitely one of the standout surfers. But Isla, she's been hard to beat this competition. I think she's probably the one to beat as well. Both of these ladies would love a chance to come up against her in the final. But it's cool to see that there's still so many competitors hanging around. Luke, one of the few who's going to be competing in the longboard QS as well.
How amazing is that? I was actually talking to Lucas's dad, Ben, as well, Ben Skinner, who is going to be competing in the longboard event too.
Father-son.
I know. That's what he said. He goes, honestly, I'm like really, really obviously excited to be surfing in this event, but it would make my day, make my year if I could surf a heat with my son. And I was like, wow, this is really special. You don't really get that very often, so it would be awesome to see a Ben and Lucas Skinner heat.
We see, you know what, father-son or mother-daughter combos in heats you never really see. The only one I can think of is Daisy and her daughter in the Filipino longboard side of things. But that would be really cool to see. Imagine having a heat with your dad. Imagine having a heat with dad.
It'd be crazy. We'd smoke him.
Oh, yeah. You can see a little left, having a look there for Yanire. She's trying to get something going here. Needs 0.51 to go into the lead, so that's absolutely nothing. Di and I were talking, Stace, Di and I were talking. It's so important, these decisions, and having speed right at the start. Interestingly, Sierra jumping off that kind of hybrid board. It's epoxy and it is carbon, but jumping off it, and looked like she was surfing a PU. We've got to get some intel whether it might be an epoxy resin type of magical type of board, but yeah, pretty interesting decision there.
Yeah, I was actually really curious to see, you know, what equipment we will be seeing riding today. I mean, obviously there's a lot of different boards in the quiver for each of these competitors that is going to, you know, be the best for different conditions. So interested to see, agreed, Jessie, what Sierra is riding, if it's a stringed epoxy or if it's not. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's a PU, who knows. But, you know, I think even looking into the men's semi-finals as well, what they're going to be riding is going to be completely different. But looking at the scoreline right now, they're both sitting at 4.83. They're both tied for first. But because Sierra has that single best wave of the heat, that's why she is in the lead. So she's in such a great spot right now, having that little bit of a leg up over Yanire. But Julian, her sister, Keone, and so many people here that are supporting Yanire in this event. I'm sure they're sending out, you know, all the good vibes to bring in the waves.
One thing we know about both of these women, incredibly talented under pressure and definitely know when to lift when we start to get to these really pointy end of the draws. Obviously, we spoke about Yanire being an ISA gold medalist back in El Salvador last year. Sierra Kerr, we've mentioned her being already a WSL World Junior Champion. You can see vibes are high on the inside of the reef there. If we take a look back to her previous title, Sierra's that is, she already had a 9 in the final. Obviously, conditions looking a little bit different to what we saw in America when she got to take home that trophy. But just to be able to keep lifting in those high pressure situations and get excellent scores, such an attribute to have at such a young age.
Absolutely. And I think to already have a World Junior title in your back pocket is huge. And to be, you know, fighting for another one is even greater. And Lennox Smith on screen there, he's hoping to do better than he did last year. He's already got an equal third in a World Junior Championship. So can he get to that final? I mean, he's looking happy already. We'll see what he can do. Clancy, Dawson there, just bringing the vibes. The kids on the beach as well, Jessie, also bringing the vibes. Anytime that someone pulled off a wave, they were cheering.
Oh,
it was very cute in the shoreline. I was loving it.
Yeah.
Full game face mode there for Lennox, hey?
Those legs working, mate. What's the point? No, I'm
Yeah.
kidding. It's pretty cool. His dad, Matt,
He's just
here with
slowly
him as
turning
well.
them over.
Yeah, it's all right. Just got to do something. Or look like you're doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see the men's semi-finals. Obviously, it's been a pretty cool start. Isla already into the final here. Sierra, one nice connection. She's trying to add a bit more pressure to Yanire. Just a quick, short, sharp turn there. Lennox all smiles at this point. 2 fists in the air. He's going to take on Dane Henry, who has just become this absolute lethal competitor. So reliable, so consistent. So we kind of have this larrikin taking on this really sharp competitor. Obviously, Lennox a great competitor as well, but he also just has this real fun, happy-go-lucky attitude about him. And Dane really locking in as a competitor. So we're going to see 2 really different types of strategies, but exciting surfing go down between those 2. Right now, though, smaller looking wave here, but she's going to add a couple points to the boys here, True.
Yeah, she will, and it's exactly what she had to do. It was a good first turn there, really making the most of those sections. I think when you have good equipment and energy on your feet and underneath you, I think it's so, you can really see her stand out in a position like that. So Sierra just making the most of, you know, what's in front of her, and surfing small waves, it's an art form. You know, people actually try and work on being good at surfing small waves, particularly if you're on the Pro Junior and the QS or the qualifying series, because sometimes you just have to work with what you've got, and if you don't have a swell coming, then there's not really much that you can do about it. Unfortunately, the ocean is the one thing that we really can't control in this scenario. So for both Sierra and Yanire, it's all about positioning, equipment, putting themselves in the best position, like in the best spot out there, finding the best like opportunities. There's a lot going on, but yeah, we'll see. I think Yanire, she's going to answer back really strong because she's such a great surfer and she's such a great competitor.
I want to go hang out with those Groms in my break.
I know,
They seem like so much fun.
You're already wearing some swimmers, Jessie.
Yeah, just hop right in.
Yeah,
Why
go for a
not?
dip.
Might just clock off for the day. Leave it to you guys. I'll just be there.
Mate, you got 2 more heats
I'll
to
be
go.
cheering on the inside.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Dane Henry, this is the other side of that next semi-final. Obviously, Duffy and Dane, just this perfect combo. I feel like Dane knowing when to lock it in, Duffy feeding off that energy, but also knowing when to throw in that fun, light, and laughter as well. They make an incredible team. But just the different energies you see between Lennox and Dane, this is what we mean by these opposing strategies, but how locked in.
Wow. How's the shark eyes on him? He's in the zone, isn't he? He's ready to go. And it fully, Jessie, it's a completely different side of the coin. You know, we see the fun, we see the laughing, the carefree moments of Lennox and Clancy, and then we're here and we see Duffy. He's ready to lock in and get the best out of his competitors, as well as Clancy is here, but he knows what Dane needs is for that serious in-the-zone moment. And you can really see it, even in Dane's stare. Just there, he's like, I'm going. I'm getting that World Junior title. It's happening.
Duffy was ready to
Duffy's always ready.
tear someone a new one as well. He was so locked in
But
too.
on the inside, he
like,
is 100% doing this. His heartbeat is like just going crazy. He'll start white knuckling, holding the camera. He gets nervous.
Yeah, as he would. I'd be freaking out.
I'm not sure I could be a coach at a World Junior title. It's a bit stressful,
Well, you've done
isn't
it at an Australian level, a national level. Coached young Australians to Australian junior titles. It's another accolade in your books.
Yep.
Mila Coco Brown, Talia Tebb. A couple big names that we've seen in these juniors as well. Look, this is another dad, so he's probably freaking out. Any white knuckles going down for Josh Kerr at the moment? He's having a look. Sierra, live action. She's up and riding here. Nice pace and energy coming on this wave. Comes through. She's going to get a third turn. You can see really trying to push the limits on this wave, trying to add some more points to the board. It's better than the 3-6-7, you've got to think. So Sierra, it's smart. You got to be on your feet when it's conditions like this. You got to be just trying to give yourself opportunities at any chance that comes through.
We talk about it a lot, Jessie, particularly if we go free surfing or we watch a lot of events and get to commentate some of the best in the world, and you talk about dropping anchor. And I think when it's small like this, dropping anchor is not the go. I think you need to be constantly on your feet, moving, getting that rhythm in. And you can see it really starting to pay off for Sierra Kerr here. 2 good strong hits, gets a tail out on the slash for the third one. You can see she's trying to just find a rhythm, find some waves, find some momentum. And I really do think that she's just gone out there and said, I'm going to create my opportunities out here in this heat. I'm going to make the most of whatever comes to me. And I really feel like, that's... Ooh. Wow. Drama.
Love a bit of drama going down in heats. Okay, so Yanire with priority, Sierra giving way, and then that wave really shutting down. So that was a mistake there. And another one with that wave selection. So pretty interesting decisions going down there.
You could see the kick of frustration there from Yanire as well. That is, really not something you want to be doing in a semi-final for a World Junior Championship. That's a huge mistake, particularly when you're looking at this last score of Sierra Kerr's as well.
Oh, 6.83. I didn't even see that roll through.
Jessie.
8.3 for Sierra Kerr. So that's the best wave of the day so far. 4.83 to back it up. Wow, 3 turns. Getting her a solid looking score. So Yanire needing a 7.33. Yeah, pretty much restarting, I'm going to say. Needing a 7.33. Or, you can do it in one big hit. But 6.83, we're going to take another look again here, True.
Yeah, this is a good, strong first turn. Gets the second one in there. A little bit of a whip in the tail here for Sierra. So, well rewarded. It was obviously 2 points better than her first. So, 6.83 it is, and Sierra's loving it. She's thinking, cool. I'm 12 minutes away from being in the final, if all goes well. I just think... there's lines rolling through right now. Yanire has an opportunity. She's a little bit too deep, but I think, she's definitely adding to the pressure for Yanire Gonzalez Estabari.
Oh, this is getting interesting in this heat. We've got 11 minutes 40. Sierra Kerr in the lead. We're going to take a quick break, but looking forward to catching up with the fire going down between these two ladies right after this.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla. Kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Bilang ang mabuting asal na itinuro. Sulit sarap sustansya, Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sierra Kerr currently with this heat under control right now. This is the WSL World Junior Championships. We're looking to see who our second finalist is going to be for the women's side of the draw. Already taken Isla Huppets in, Sierra Kerr looking to be that second woman. I'm Jessie, joined in the booth by my big sister, True. Yanire, the big sister of the Echabari sisters, having a little bit of a decision-making melt at this point. That was a good-looking wave roll through, and you can see just, unfortunately, just a positioning error. She's looking left, and we know from the entirety of this event, lefts don't score.
Yeah, I think that's when we're going to, this is a position where Yanire is freaking out a little bit. She's starting to question her decisions. She's starting to question her positioning. And then, the chatter, the head noise starts to roll in moments like that. So I think for Yanire, stick to your guns, stick to plan A, and trust yourself and trust your gut in positions like this. So it's tough and it's tricky, but she definitely has the ability to do it if she can get on the wave. Sierra Kerr's laughing right now. She's thinking, I'm in control. This is great. I've got 9.5 minutes to go. I have priority. I'm on the next best wave. All is well in my books.
Yeah, and is sitting in a position where she can shut Yanire down if she's having a look. So unfortunately, just a couple wrong decisions has kind of left Yanire needing something pretty special. It's got to be the best wave of the day so far. So 7.33. However, she's been in really great form. Like I mentioned, she's been super underground with how good she's been through the entirety of the event so far. If we look back to some of her heat totals, 13.8, 12.7. She's not really dropping below at least 2 6s in her lineup, a couple of 7s as well. So just needing to channel that as well. The judges are definitely readjusted the scale to suit the conditions that we have today on finals day, but a couple of those vertical backside whacks for Yanire, even on one of those mid-sized ones that just has a good bowl through the inside, you could see a score going to a 7-3-3.
How's Julian there as well? He's trying to have a chat and calm the nerves, trying to get down to the water's edge. He's wearing that black cap, but he's probably feeling very stressed in a position right now, because I think for Julian, you can see the pace. He's walking up and down the beach, coaching Yanire, coaching Annette, and also his son Keone. It's stressful. There are moments like this where you're thinking, oh my goodness, waves, roll through, give a set, you know, and unfortunately there's not much you can do. The Oceans it's on its own time, it's on its own schedule. But yeah, it's really tricky when you're coming to these days and you don't see too much on the forecast, and it really highlights the, you know, all-roundedness of these surfers and these competitors. You need to be good in all conditions. You want to make sure that you have the right equipment, and this is really when the training starts to shine.
Yeah, Julian, a very passionate coach, coffee drinker, surfer, and it's incredible that he's already helped, you know, these ladies achieve so much in their career so far, especially here in the World Juniors. Semi-final appearance, it's been hard. I mean, that draw has been absolutely stacked from the get-go. Yanire still with a chance here, though. 7-3-3 is the requirement, just over 7 minutes to go as well. And I can see Sierra kind of looking in, maybe trying to find her dad or Clancy, just look for a little bit of advice. Josh looking like he was about to break the wall down before he looked so nervous. I wonder if it's more nerve-wracking for him watching Sierra than it was just during his own competitive era.
For sure.
Even though he's still competing, he put on a clinic in Newcastle.
Yeah, he really did. But I think it's way more stressful for him to be watching Sierra. It's way more stressful for me to watch you.
That's right. Don't need to stress about that anymore. Retired.
Thank you. Please don't come out of retirement.
No, I won't. Don't worry.
I don't need any more grey hairs.
What? You don't have any. Just turned 25. My grey hair's come.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to start getting highlights.
Oh yeah, stressful times. Josh maybe starting to feel the same. Just a bit stressed watching Sierra just compete all the way around the world. They're going to be heading over to Pipeline next week if Sierra goes and competes in that Challenger Series, which we'd absolutely love to see her in. And that's going to be a really stressful event to watch your daughter, sister, brother compete in, because that's a scary looking wave.
Friend too. I'm actually really excited. I hope it's going to be. I haven't even looked at the forecast, but
either.
I hope it's going to be huge. I hope it's going to be big and exciting. Big
Not
and
too big though.
I know.
Really
I know. Big smiles though.
Yeah, Lennox looking really fired up here. Obviously, like you mentioned, True has had a third place finish in this event so far. Dane Henry, first time we've seen him in the WSL World Junior format. He's already into the semi-finals. Looking relaxed there for Lennox. Just, you know, shaking the hair out, trying to just...
He's making sure he's looking good for the camera.
Yeah, ooze some swagger.
Yep.
Style. Yeah, he's been so sharp. He's obviously, like we mentioned, just with everyone. It's been a tough run to get to this round. I mean, the draw has been so stacked. Thinking back to that round of 16 heat that Lennox had with Lucas Skinner, that was fireworks. It was really exciting, a really cool back and forth matchup as well in the quarterfinals with Rickson Falcoa. He's going to get to put all that to the test, but now just some slightly smaller waves. So Lennox, he's just got this ability to carry that momentum all the way through in no matter what the size and the swell, but so is Dane.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be good. Semi-final one. Yanire, she's having a paddle here, looking left. It's just going to be one turn and she's going to hop out of there. But again, like we mentioned earlier, those lefts, they are just a little bit of fool's gold, unfortunately. And we know the goofy footers, they love going left, but yeah, right now it's just not going to be the case.
No, it's not doing it, is it? The lefts, they're a little bit weaker. They don't hold up for as long, so it shouldn't even be in the game plan, but I understand why Yanire's done it. She hasn't had too many waves. she's kind of been a little bit out of rhythm. So, you know, hopefully maybe that was just a chance for her to just get to her feet, get rid of those nerves. I mean, even looking at Yanire's kind of run in this event, she took out, I'm pretty sure that very first heat that she had, she took it out in the opening round. She had a pretty incredible heat with Zoe Kiner in the round of 16 and with Catalina as well from Peru in that quarterfinals. Catalina was actually one of my most excited surfers to watch. I think she was young. I hadn't seen too much of her. And she was putting together some good heats. But then looking at Sierra Kerr, even in that last quarterfinal, you're thinking, oh, okay, Sierra Kerr beat Bella Kenworthy, who was probably the one to beat in this event, being a CT surfer, being so experienced. So, yeah, this is going to be a stacked heat between her and Yanire.
Yeah, 3 minutes till she can find herself in that matchup against Isla Huppets in the women's final. Just over that, we're going to start the men's semi-finals. Lennox Smith taking on Dane Henry. Winter Vincent taking on Nadav Attar. So potential for an all-Aussie final on both the male and female side of the draw.
Wowee.
I think that would just be great. I think Paul would absolutely love that as well. So 2 minutes 45 until we see potentially a second Australian into that final. Yanire really hoping to change the fate of that. Wants to be in the final herself. Needs a 7.33. Needs something pretty substantial. You can see a couple of her fellow competitors, or her friends actually, on the inside on the reef there, watching on really closely. Looks like Annette, Keone, potentially Carla as well. Just really hoping that something special is going to roll through for Yanire. It needs to be right about now, because if it's not that 7.33, she needs enough time to be able to go and find another wave and make more magic happen out there. It's doable. 2 minutes, it's doable to get 11 points, but it's got to be something pretty special.
Yeah, it has to be huge. It has to be, you know, her best surfing that she's done on a day like today, feeling light on her feet, ready to rock and roll in it. And I think, you know, having that real whippy power that Yanire does have, she needs to channel it on the next wave that comes through. But Sierra, again, she's really just dominated this last 10 minutes, and she's been in a position where she's been able to control the heat. And that honestly just comes down to that mistake from Yanire when she paddled for the wave and lost priority.
See, they're trying to make their way back up the reef now. Just under 90 seconds to go here. So it's now or never, unfortunately, for our Basque surfer. Sierra just trying to make anything happen so that she can get to the final. She's not going to go this one. So Yanire having a look here. Snap to start this one off. Better looking section to work with. So 2 turns, quick back-to-back. Definitely her best of the heat so far. She's got 60 seconds to try and find that and do it again, but try and do it better as well. So like we mentioned, crazy things have happened. People getting the scores and maybe 2 waves in 1 minute, especially when it's small like this. We've seen time and time again heats turn on their head. Yeah, I was going to say, leaving a bit of room between the two of them.
I know.
But she's going to make her way back up here. So this next score, really important to see just where it leaves Yanire and how much she's looking for with 35 seconds to go here.
Okay, this wave was ballsy for Sierra to let Yanire go this one. That first turn, you could see she gets a little bit caught up, but she gets a good, strong second turn. I liked it. It's not going to be the 7.33. I'm not even sure if it'll be her best score, but Sierra, she's looking to block with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, you can see just using a bit of energy down the line here. So that's going to be all systems over there for Sierra Kerr. She's not going to get another wave. That last wave for Yanire comes in. It's a 4.1. So like you said, Truce, it's not her best. She needed a 7.33, and unfortunately, no more waves come through. So Sierra Kerr moving on through to the final. We're going to have Isla Huppets taking on that lady on your screen. She's going to be challenging for her second World Junior title. We're going to go to a quick ad break. We've got the men's semi-final coming right up, and Paul Evans in the booth. You're welcome. We'll see you right back after this break.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chocks for small breeds like you. Small bone shakeables para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chocks for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansak manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to finals day here in the Philippines. Not a lot of energy in the water from the ocean. That energy will have to be provided by our athletes. Having a look at Lennox Smith and Dane Henry. Two Australians looking to go out now. We've already contrasted the approach of this pair. True Starling on the beach, they're quite different. In the water, how do you see their skill sets matching up against these kind of conditions?
Oh, that's an interesting question, Paul. Wow, you're putting me on the spot.
Who's better when it's 1 foot and onshore is what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't know. I guess we'll see in the next 33 minutes. That's my answer for you. I think it depends on the day. Lennox, though, that was nice. He's already showcasing that he's ready for it. Gets his fins free, finds that completion. Just the one turn for Lennox, but he does really well. I mean, Paul, it's a tricky one to answer because even their preheat routine was so different. There's such different surfers, different people. Lennox was sitting there just casually turning his legs over on the bike. He was having a bit of a laugh, having a little bit of a play around, whereas Dane was laser focused.
Like Mick Fanning and the Great White Shark combined.
Yes.
Wasn't he?
Yep.
In terms of his prep.
Yep.
Let's go down and hear from our finalist, freshly minted Sierra Curtis with Stace.
Thank you, Paul. Sierra Kerr, equipment change for that heat.
Yeah, I think I've tried almost like all my bag at this point. Probably rode like 4 different boards and heats or something like that. But this was the board I was like, when Dad was like, which boards do you want? I had to like put this one out. That was the one I really wanted to bring. And yeah, it felt in the free surf yesterday, and I was like, all right, let's try in a heat.
You've had a chance to have a few free surfs out here over the last couple of days. It's been about this size the whole time. How have you been passing the time?
Not doing too much, bit of golf, the odd surf, trying to get a wave under about 45 longboarders, so it's a bit deterring, but we were doing it.
Small day at Greenmount.
Yeah, pretty much. I love that, so I'm used to it.
And that heat then was tricky. You did well to close it out, but talk to us how hard it is defending that position when every wave kind of looks the same. You had some good leaves there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she was going for like lefts off the keyhole, and I'm like, I haven't even looked at these waves the entire event, but I was like, she's going to need a good wave to get the score, so I was just, sitting there, and I was like, if it looks like a dream, then I'll go, but other than that, I was like, nah.
Some great decisions there at the end. Did you want to say g'day to everyone back at home?
Yeah, I think everyone's probably watching, so thank you to everyone, and see you in the final.
One more to go. Well done, Sierra. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Stace. The women's final is set. We will have another Australian World Junior Champ here. Isla Huppert's taken on Sierra Kerr. Sierra already with this piece of silverware in the trophy cabinet.
Yep.
Chance to go for another. A major beneficiary of the fact that we've had a few days off. She was feeling a little unwell when we kicked things off, and she's had a bit of time for recovery.
She has a couple of days to chill out, to kind of regroup. It's pretty crazy how much a day or two can do for the energy. I mean, you could see it just shining out of her there. I feel like, Sierra is one of very few that has the opportunity to get 2 World Junior titles, and she'll get a name with Jack Freestone and Parko. So that would be super cool for Sierra. But I think, she's got a very informed Isla Huppert's and a pretty lethal Isla Huppert's to beat in that next final.
So first blood drawn in our first men's semi by Lennox Smith. He's got a 4 locked in early on. He's going to get another number around about that magnitude. 4.23 it is. Slight improvement. So energy from him, the early running. Interesting in these smaller conditions. You feel like it's a great leveler in terms of technique and approach. Any of those sort of differences that you might get in terms of strength or technique. Feels like maybe they're taken away a little bit. There's going to be quite a bit of just who gets the juicier waves.
Exactly. Yeah, it really comes down to who's on the best wave. I mean, we know that both of these competitors, and Lennox and Dane, they're such great surfers, and they can really, pull anything out of their back pocket and really bring it to the table in heats like this. But wave selection is, should be of the most important thing really on a day like today, is being on the best waves. You can get the best opportunities. I even said in that last heat, I feel like when it's small like this and you're competing, dropping anchor, not it. Should not be the game plan. I think moving and gaining that momentum is so key on days like today, because then you're just feeling more in tune and in rhythm with the ocean and its power, because it is kind of lacking right now. And I think Lennox, he's slowly building and he's looking like a bit of a threat in this semi-final.
So judges throw in a couple of 4s at Lennox Smith, and it's a slightly similar feel to that very first semi that we saw for the women with Isla Hupper. So they just saved a bit in the scale, didn't they, from the first wave she got. And then you could instantly see why when a bit more of a legit wave came through for Vi. She went right up through the scale. Speed as well today does seem to be the surfer's able to generate that. That's where the score's going to come. That'll give you more maneuvers available. Not going to necessarily have real meaty sections. You kind of got to just knuckle down and get it done. But at the moment, it is Lennox who will be just breathing a little easier. I mean, he looked very relaxed coming down the beach, didn't he? Just kind of striding down. Is that a reflection of his overall approach to life?
For sure. Yeah, he's super relaxed, pretty happy-go-lucky kind of person, bit of a larrikin. We love Lennox. His nickname is the Beagle. At home, everyone calls him the Beagle. So he's, yeah, definitely quite happy to have a laugh around, enjoy a bit of time and, you know, take the mickey out of himself, which is super cool.
Any more on what origins of the Beagle? Is it? I'm assuming it's not named after Charles Darwin's ship, the HMS Beagle, that he made his voyage of discovery to the Galapagos Islands.
Highly unlikely.
It's just the dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Highly unlikely, Paul. But yeah, he's well loved for sure.
Are Beagles good dogs?
I don't know. I would never get another dog except for a bulldog from here on out. So I feel like that's a safe answer.
So Lennox saw a bit of a grimace into that blazing sunshine. It is warm out there. The ocean, pretty refreshing. It's nice when you hit it. Almost, it's so hot in the air. Almost feels a little bit cooling when you first get in. What did I say?
I'm just remembering.
Just talking about temperatures.
Yeah, I'm just remembering moments with you that is just hilarious, Paul. Telling me about how you love all dogs, but not my dog. Literally just popped into my head.
I don't know.
It was rude.
I don't know him, but I don't like the name. From what I've seen from photos, I don't think we're going to be friends. All right, 26 and a half on the clock here. Dane Henry with Prio. As we see Winston Vincent looking on, taking in the scene. Here's a left from Lennox. Little hit over a crumbly section and a flamboyant dismount as well for him. He's staying in motion, maybe trying to steal away a little bit up the point. Dane Henry, just that quick in and out for him, so no scoring of any kind of significance, and he is waiting for that set. What's Lennox thinking here?
Be energetic. Just roll with the motion. Catch as many waves as you can and keep applying that pressure. I mean, Dane, he is such an informed competitor at the moment, but he just wants to build the house for Lennox.
Lennox, again, just being sprightly in motion, light on his feet. Busy buzzing around the lineup. A lot of energy with him. Bit of scoreboard momentum. I don't think Dane Henry or his camp will be overly perturbed at just the way their scores are going, but at some stage you can maybe add a point or two onto those numbers just in terms of what is on offer. But Dane really setting out a stall here, waiting for that first legit set to come through. It's been a little while. If you're really timing the bigger sets, been a little while since we've seen one. That can tend you to think a couple of two things. We're due one soon, or where are they?
Yeah, it's definitely a question mark there. I think they're on the way. They're definitely coming through, but I do feel like you need to create your own luck in positions and situations like this. And for Dane, you know, dropping and waiting. You know, my first question was that the game plan at the start of this heat? Was that, you know, what he was planning to do when he was coming out into this semi-final? For Lennox, this feels a bit like deja vu for him, being in the semi-finals here last year, getting knocked out by Bronson Matey, who went on to win the event. I know Lennox is hungry for a finals appearance. He wants to do that, so I think finding a situation where Lennox can, you know, be on the best waves is what he's looking for. But Dane, I don't like this sit and wait. It's not what we're used to seeing from him. We're not used to him being stagnant. So wondering what's going on there and if that was, you know, the game plan to bring out some surprises when he's on his feet.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just to do with the fact that he went that one, didn't he? And so the next kind of better wave that came through, he'd just taken his wave.
Yeah.
Just down to chance more than anything. About 1:30 local time here. So a bit of insight into the calls this morning. Came down real early. It's sheet glass, pretty much dead flat. We just have one tide a day here, a diurnal tidal regime. And after the low is usually, locals tell us, when things kick up a bit. We saw that yesterday, didn't we? Really similar theme in the morning, not a lot out there. And by mid-afternoon, it's actually kind of pulsing a little bit, and that's what we're hoping today. Obviously, we need waves to kick off our semis. What we really want is waves when we're crowning champions for the final. So hopefully in an hour and a half's time, something like that, we'll get a little pulse through.
Let's see it. I'm ready for it. I think everyone's expecting something like that to happen. It is what it is. You know, this is what these junior surfers have to really prepare for. You can't control the ocean, but you can control what you do out there. So I think it's just about, as I said, creating your own luck. And there's been a few days off, and it's been, probably worse than this for the last few days as well. So just trying to find the best of the conditions towards the end of the waiting period was, of the utmost importance. Yesterday we actually had a cool adventure though. There's so much to do around here in La Union. Going to the waterfall not too far away, which was crazy. It was absolutely beautiful. Huge, big jump off little moments, and definitely an interesting way to get there, but it was very cool.
Yeah, we went up through the mountainous interior. Got to sit on the roof as well, didn't we?
Yep.
With the big Jeep.
We did. That was actually quite fun.
Pretty epic and absolutely stunning. Obviously, we're here on the coast, and that's where our attentions are, but inland, really, really pretty. Slightly cooler up there as well, wasn't it? When we got a bit of altitude, which was nice.
Yeah, it was a nice break, for sure. It was nice to kind of see something different and explore a little bit of, what's going on around this beautiful place in San Juan. It's only 30 minutes away as well, which is super cool. Ooh, bit of a paddle here. What's Lennox seen? Yeah, the wide swinger. So on the inside, he'll try and go. There's a wave behind it as well. He'll go left on the backhand to open up with a quick snap. Lennox Smith again. Second turn for him, and he'll get a third to finish. One more. Possibly. There we go. That's his last turn. Meanwhile, first legit wave from Dane Henry. He's waited a while for this. Just kind of stabs it in and punches into that corner on a soft closeout section. Didn't emerge with tons of speed from that turn, but it looked like a much nicer wave for him. Yeah, this is okay. It's starting. You sound a bit surprised. Rattled? Rattled. Honestly, Paul. Perturbed? A little bit nervous. Yeah, just a little bit. Only because both of these competitors, I've seen them surf so much. I know how great they are. And I think for Dane, I know how important it is right now. Two great turns. That one there was smooth. Biggest turn of the heat so far, for sure. And then Lennox finding the odd left that really did stand up. Love these connections. Love the flow. He's so good on his backhand. Finding that bonus section as well for Lennox was huge. You can see the energy, you can see the confidence really starting to come through right now. But, looking at that two-turner of Dane's, a bit of a question mark there. Is that going to be maybe up there with the best wave of the heat? Feeling like it could be. So this is going to be a really, really good battle. And I'm definitely, I'm curious to see where these scores fall in the scoreline and, who kind of gets the jump on each other. Yeah, interesting to see where these numbers go. Judges assign a score to Lennox, 6 points for him, and you have to say, for a left under second priority, it's pretty good. Let's see where this number goes for Dane. He's in action once again here, so much busier from him now. Just dealing with whitewater that way, not great, not a good choice, and he hasn't even really had a chance just to get a proper turn done. He was just kind of snipping away at the whitewater. So, number coming for him though. It's going to be a really, really good one. He went fast. He did 2 big turns. The first one, plenty of spray on it. The number is in. It's huge. Meanwhile, here's Lennox being busy himself. Release of the tail. A nice rhythm to this. And again, and he's enjoying himself. Yeah, you see the little cheeky grin, and then went the Tiger Tim Henman fist pump. So 7-6-7 for Dane Henry. And then right hot on the heels of that, a great wave for Lennox. Here's Dane. This was his last wave. yeah, inconsequential by the end of this heat. This wave will be for Dane. I don't think it'll factor in. Good surfing, kept the rhythm, kept the momentum, I guess, but yeah, maybe go back to waiting for one of those bigger waves. And Lennox's last one, he found that rhythm too. This is a great battle between Lennox and Dane right now. Strong first turn for Lennox, real sharp, opens up a little bit more here, and then he gets these 2 bonus sections. This, I don't think we've seen a wave like this roll through this morning yet, so we're seeing the conditions get better.
You know I'm going to ask you, don't you?
Ask me.
How does that compare to the 767 for Dane Henry? Was it better, first of all?
I'm really, really torn. I do not know the answer to that. I think it's going to be very similar, Paul. I'm thinking 7.5s around that.
Did it feel better?
It's tricky. He had some really good quality moments on there, but Dane's 2-turners probably had more of an impact.
What with the judges right now, 18 minutes on the clock. Had a bit more surprise to it, didn't it? You saw the sort of setup, and then you thought, oh, I kind of know where this wave is going, and then hang on, kind of got slapped around the face a couple of times.
Yeah. This is a good battle. I think we're going to see both of these surfers go back and forth. It's coming really close.
Yeah, big energy from these two. Well done for them for really firing up here in pretty marginal conditions. They've made this entertaining. They're surfing with speed and with a bit of power going out as well. 7 points for Lennox Smith. So Dane Henry with that high score still, but still chasing. He's got bags of time in the hunt for what is now a 5.33. Lennox Smith on a 13-point total. That is pretty solid. There's our second semi-final. Gets ready. Attar, the Israeli from Costa Rica. He's going to have a really tough heat against Winter Vincent, but might just feel, you know what, these sort of conditions, I've got a pretty good chance here against someone who is ultimately one of the very best in the world.
I agree. I think Nadav, he's a real whippy, sprightly, energetic surfer. He's had some big heats, so this is, probably his biggest target yet, being Winter Vincent. And I think for Nadav, he's looking really strong and ready to go. I'm looking forward to this next semi-final, Paul.
Okay, Dane Henry's approach right now with 5.33 on the clock with priority. He's getting away with something. A proper set wave, isn't he?
You'd like to think so, for sure. You'd like to think he's going to use that priority wisely. 5.33 is not a big ask, but it is difficult on a day like today to find a wave that will open up. I'm loving the difference in approaches here. Lennox is just paddling around, and that we saw that energy from him really shining through, whereas Dane is sitting and waiting, and so far Dane is working with that best wave of the heat. This last one of Lennox's as well, right in front of Dane, real whippy first turn. And then he just starts to open up, and you can really see technique shining right now for Lennox Smith. It was really allowing him to open up more and more, and that was also great wave selection. That wave just ran beautifully along the reef. It was, it was really, really well surfed and well timed.
This one is poised on a knife edge at the moment. Dane Henry would work ahead of him, but it's ominous in terms of the form that he's shown and that sort of ice cold blooded nature, analytical in conditions. He's going to try and find himself away with a little over 15 to go. In the meantime, let's get down here from Stace Galbraith's down the beach.
It's a very important question for the local kids down here. Kids, what scores does Red have? Back to you in the studio, Paul.
Think about Stace. He has a good time wherever he goes. He's always having fun.
Yeah.
Locals love him. So do we.
We love him. I was waiting for you to say that, Paul. I was like, is it coming? Nah, he's well loved in the booth. He's one of the best, most exciting. Getting the energy from the local grums. They've been doing headstands, cartwheels, cheering.
How annoyed do you get by 6'7" on a scale of like 1 to flaming, 1 to livid?
It's pretty high.
Does it rattle you?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Only because I'm not all 5'2" of me doesn't quite reach those heights.
Okay.
What about you, Paul? You obviously love
Yeah, I've had words with my kids on more than one occasion about that. Yeah, I've just said there are rules in this house. Yeah, I've had enough of it.
If I hear you
We've got a 0 tolerance policy on the 6'7" at my house.
in your room.
No, they're not even allowed to think it. Yeah. I just don't get it. I don't like it. It's out. Kids here, they're fine. They're all right.
Yeah.
They carry on.
Absolutely.
They're having fun. They're enjoying the finals day here with crowning world champs. Which one of these two is heading to the final? At the moment, it is Lennox Smith with a couple of significant scores in, but the high score of the heat is with Dane Henry. But as we watch that clock tick away, 13 minutes and a bit of change. Just really, if you think all the time he's been out there, Dane, just that one wave of any kind of quality has come to him. Otherwise, a 2 and a 1. So definitely hasn't been in a position to take the energy in terms of what the Ocean's providing. You contrast that with a couple of 4s from Lennox early on, and then that 6, and then that 7.
Yep.
But he's going all right. Winter Vincent surveying the scene. What's going through his mind?
I think he's just trying to be at peace and find that rhythm and that flow out there, and talking to his mum. You can also see mum power. Mel, who is Winter's mum, and then down at the front, she's, you know, with the sunnies on. That's Kiri Henry, who's Dane Henry's mum as well. So, you know, the mum energy is really shining through in this event. But I think for Winter, yeah, he talks through that structure. He talks through what he wants to do in his heats with Mel. And so far, so good. He's doing pretty well. You can also see now Omura and Sumomo Sato on screen. Sumomo in the event as well. Well, she was in the event. Big talent here. Everyone's coming down to support for finals day. The nerves are starting to roll through for the mums.
What about last year's final for Winter? How much of a blow do you think that was? He carried that into his season at all, or just went, oh, fair enough, it was an amazing final. He just had an exceptional heat. No worries. Would you think that would be a motivating factor, not only for this event right now, but just, you know, for all the heats that he surfed in the following 12 months till now?
Yeah, I think it was definitely motivating for Winter. I mean, you look at, you know, if you're comparing the two finalists from last year, Winter and Bronson Mady, Winter's had an exceptional year on the Challenger Series. He's in that qualification spot for the CT, whereas Bronson Mady didn't really put together a great heat. You know, he had some cool moments, had some good opportunities. But yeah, Winter, I think that was motivating for him to do better.
Time for a quick break here. It's finals day in the Philippines. We're crowning World Junior Champs real soon. We'll be right back.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal. With the best tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the action here. Haven't moved the scoreboard along far. The time has ticked away. We are live in our first men's semi. And at the moment, it is Lennox Smith who's been a little busier, a little bubblier, a little more explosive in some way out in that lineup, finding energy. Doesn't have the high score, though. That's with Dane Henry. It's been a picture of precision and kind of a measured approach, looking for the better waves, more selective. Does have to find a number, though. 5.33. He's capable of getting that. He's got less than 10 minutes, though, True.
Yep, he needs to come out of the gates firing right now for Dane Henry in the last 9.5 minutes. 5.33 is not a big score, so we'll see what he can do. Keep the composure.
Some points in these high-stakes heat, you've got to kind of hold it in. And other times, really just got to let go. So it's all about managing mind and body and the ocean, and also sometimes about just sitting there and being real calm and saying, let's not overthink this. I'm here for a reason. I've been ripping all event. I just need my next wave. 9 minutes on the clock now. At what stage does Cool Hand Dane start to think, is my wave coming? 5 to go?
Yeah. 5 minutes to go. There's definitely a question mark there. I mean, we saw the last 9.5 minutes in that last heat with Sierra and Yanire. Not much really come. Not much happened. There was no waves. Not that there was just no good waves, really, that offered those decent scores. So I think for Dane, 5 minutes is really where he can start to consider the pace and consider, you know, hey, am I in a position for a good one? And how's this? The breathing.
Yeah, a bit of diaphragm work going on down there. And you really got to bring everything, any weapon you got in your toolkit, he's going to need it. And he's looked very, very impressive all event. Love his energy. I think he's been probably one of the better, if not the best surfer on the men's draw in terms of reading waves, in terms of when to let them go with priority. A little different out there today, though. I think there's going to be a little bit less of that. It's fairly obvious what is a wave with scoring potential. And that long priority hold of Dane Henry at the moment continues the busiest start, the industrious start from Lennox Smith at the moment. He's got in that lead. As he just looks around and checks his markers. Time will tick away here, so under 7.5 to go in our first men's semi. 2 Australians featuring in this. We've also got Winter Vincent coming up next, probably the on-paper favourite, you have to say it as well. So a really good chance of just complete Australian domination. Whether that happens or not, it's been a really good event for the Aussies over here.
Yeah.
Why is that true? What's that about?
Aussie power.
Just good?
Yeah. It's just the best.
Must be a little more to it than that. What's the reason you guys have been so strong at this level?
I really do think that the talent that the Australians are producing right now, particularly in these junior regions, is huge. You know, we're so lucky to have so many great young competitors, but then you also look at the people that are supporting them and the coaches that are really starting to, you know, produce great results and produce the best out of their athletes. Clancy Dawson and Adam Dufner are here and they're definitely contributing to that. So I think, yeah, there's a whole lot that rolls into it, but yeah, the dedication and, you know, the fact that these athletes are able to lock in when they have to, and we've had a really great run of waves over at home in Oz. I know that it's really good on the Gold Coast right now, so I definitely think that adds to it. Having those good quality waves produces great surfers.
Whereas we were, in terms of numbers on the scoreboard, 6 minutes remaining here. It is with Dane Henry in terms of needing to find a wave. Just giving a little bit of side eye to a wave which slips underneath. So this was that exchange where we saw our highest number go down. This was the 767. We enjoyed this.
Yeah, loved this. Bang, absolutely belts it there. That last turn was so strong. Really liked that connection, the explosiveness to it. That turn there was smooth for Lennox, and then he starts to open up here, really just setting himself up for this 7. I mean, great surfing. Lennox making the most of each connection and each wave. You can see the confidence oozing out of him. I mean, we haven't seen too many waves right now where there's been 4 turns on it. So Lennox, he's doing well to find moments like that.
The tall and stately presence of Winter Vincent strolls down the beach. Doesn't look like anyone is feeling any kind of pressure from competition or expectation or any of that. It's very relaxed indeed. And you will see opportunities out there. Chance to go back into the final if he can get out of this semi against a tough opponent who's a little bit of a surprise package at this level. He's very much deserved his spot in the semis. Definitely wasn't one of the pre-event kind of big names in the draw. Attention swing back to this, and we sort of speculated at what stage does Dane Henry start to think, a 5-3-3. Should I go and find something on the inside? He has to get a wave. Or does he just staunch it up, just sit there and go, if that doesn't come, I'm not surfing again?
That's a big question. It's a big ask as well, to kind of, stick to the plan and wait for the wave to roll through. Knowing Adam Dufner, Dane's coach at this event, and knowing, a lot of what he says, he's like, I would prefer for you to wait in the spot, wait in the best position for the best wave to roll through and not get it, then try your luck on a small one and not find the score. So he really loves his surfers to be in the position for the best waves to roll through. And if it does, awesome. If it doesn't, there's not much more you can do. And I think for Dane right now, he's put himself in such a great position to challenge for that lead. The 767 was huge, and that he was really not breaking the surface, I guess, of his competitive talent so far in this semi-final. So it depends on the ocean, and I like where he's sitting. He needs to be in the best spot to get the best scores.
Yeah, I think another point is it's just hard to get above that 5-point mark on a smaller wave out here. So on the one hand, that's just a whole lot of decision making to do. In the meantime, under 3 minutes to go. Let's get down to Stace. What do you got?
Yeah, it's a great point you both make. It's a hard score to get, and true, I agree with what you're saying. You've got to be in the best spot, but I'd say in about the last 60 seconds, the boys, and Dane with first priority, so he's controlling here. So he's actually drifted up probably another 50 to 100 metres deeper on the peak, and he's continuing to go that way. And I don't know, I just think it's a good time to practice some positivity. I actually think there's plenty of time left off the clock, and what you don't want to do is you don't want to paddle yourself away from where your original marker was. You've got priority. You need the smallest counting score of the heat. I'd hate to see the boys paddle themselves off into oblivion right here.
So, Stace, where would you'd be sitting a little bit further down the point right now?
Just where the better waves are, like you said, true, and the better waves have been out the front. So we see Lennox kind of making his way back there now. He's obviously got the freedom of second priority, whereas Dane, the pressure is on him. He's probably got one more good decision he needs to make. And you just want to make sure that you don't kind of get flustered by the time counting down. There has been a few little waves out the front here, and Dane obviously has that talent. 5 is essentially one turn for him. So it's going to be interesting finish to this heat for sure.
Well, it's less than 2 minutes now. Who'd you rather be, Stace? So these two?
Still Dane Henry, but I just think he's sitting in the wrong spot.
Yeah, wow. That's huge. That's when you go looking on the beach and you think, the markers there is, where's Duffy and Mum telling me to go? I feel like for Dane, it's so tricky, and it's a tough position to be in. But I do agree with Stace, and thanks for that insight as well. 5-3-3 is not a big score, and I think Dane definitely has the ability to do that and maybe have a clutch buzzer beater moment.
Just think of those early numbers that Lennox got in, a couple of 4s on those smaller, softer inside waves. It does feel like there's a bit of a ceiling, doesn't it? On those waves, it then is really just about sets, and it is also about being a bit of a hostage to fortune out here. He set his stall out. He sat for ages waiting for a set. It hasn't come. He's trying to manifest something by going deeper, but we're inside with less than a minute to go here. And this sort of paddle, it doesn't look like it's a purposeful paddle towards anything in particular. It's just kind of a drift into a position. But hang on. Do we see a little bit of a pulse on the outside here? Ooh, here we go.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, the arms are swinging here. Chance for a bit of drama.
Wow.
Dane Henry now will spin around. 30 on the clock as he paddles in. He's waited so long for this wave. 5-3-3, the number he needs. Speed and a snap with a bit of vigor. Almost a little catch. He'll clean that up. Just sort of tag it rather than anything else. There's a finish with tail release. And there's the big exhale, a big grunt. And there's some emotion.
Okay. Wow. This is crazy. This is huge. First of all, was not expecting that type of emotion and sincerity to come through from Dane right now. You can see Lennox is feeling a little bit depleted. This is such an important score for Dane Henry, a 5.33. Honestly, Paul, at the start, wasn't sold. Immediately off the start, I was like, I don't know. I'm not too sure if it's going to be it. But then getting those last two, I was like, okay, he could really be challenging for this 5-3-3.
Really entertaining men's first semi. We'll have another look here, True.
Okay, first turn, really smooth, kind of a small section, though. You can see how small this wave is. Check turns it right there for Dane, and then he has a good, strong finish, kicks the fins out.
It's kind of that last turn, right?
Wow, it
That's
really
sort of
is.
where the bulk of the points are going to come. Is that 5, that turn?
I'm loving this energy from Dane. I want to be sold. And I want to be sold on it. I think it's right there. Even looking at I think it'll be it, but I don't think it's going to be it by a whole lot.
All right, well, judges,
but I also don't know too much.
They're going to go to the replays here. Just the 4th time that he paddled his arms and stood up on his surfboards in 35 minutes. What a crucial intervention it was. A little pulse of energy. We were talking about positioning. He got himself in the exact spot to be when it did come through. Lennox Smith, all he could do really was just plunge his face in the water and go, oh no.
This is I'm going to say this, and this is a big call. I feel like this is a world title deciding moment. I think whoever makes this heat has a very, very good shot of taking out the title.
It's looking good for the numbers. He's gonna get it. And Dane Henry is through to the final here. A crazy buzzer beater. Lennox Smith will be bitterly disappointed. Dane Henry absolutely delighted by the skin of his teeth. He's through to the final.
Yeah, that's huge. I feel like that's a really, really big moment in this event.
All right, Dane Henry is our first men's finalist. Winter Vincent and Nadav Attar in the second semi. We'll take a quick break, more live action real soon.
Start right, grow right. For my 4-legged bundles of joy, Nutri-Chunks. High-protein puppy dog food with active boost, prebiotics, and goodness of real meat. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for puppies. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla. Kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to finals day here. The WSL World Junior Championships live from the Philippines, representing Australia, Winter Vincent. Representing Israel, Nadav Attar. I'm Paul Evans, joined now by Dai Wacko. Mate, what do you make of that semi from the boys?
That was a really exciting, finish. Exciting end right there in the heat.
Right, let's get down and hear from Dane Henry. He's in the final.
Thanks, Paul. Dane, you said one word then, instincts. Talk us about that.
Yeah, just been trusting it. I've been here for, feels like a month now. I came like a week before the comp and got my little zone up there. I've been surfing there every single day because all the longboarders out and getting nice and deep and just getting like 1-turners. But to get a little 3-turner, I thought it was a little stretch, but worked out in the end and couldn't be more stoked it worked out.
The debate was raging there at the end of the clock counting down. Who would rather be, Dane with the biggest score or Lennox with the lead? It's an interesting situation that you put yourself in there, and by golly gosh, it paid off.
Yeah, I was thinking about that for 15 minutes. Like, all that was in my mind was like, oh, I wonder who's feeling worse right now, because we were both next to each other. And I was sucking the big ones, Leno was sucking in the big ones, and it's just the way that surfing goes, especially out here. And just really glad that the ocean chose me in that heat.
What have you been doing to kill the time? It's been a busy couple of days to start and then a few big days off.
Oh, I've never been so itching for a heat in my life. I've just been cruising, hanging with Mum, Duffy. Been surfing every single morning at 6 o'clock, then little arvo surf, and just been connecting with the wave. And went to the waterfalls, which is nice. But it's nice to be back in the comp zone and back in the Rashi as well. And that one was extra sweet.
Absolutely, mate. I know you've got a big fan base at home. Do you want to say good afternoon?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, Nan, for giving you a heart attack. I'm sure you're watching. Pop, Dad, my siblings, my beautiful girlfriend, anyone else watching at home. It's a big one for me over here, and that was a huge step in the campaign. And hopefully, I can bring home that big trophy for everyone.
One more to go, Matt. Well done, Dane. Thanks, Paulo.
Cheers, Stace. Dane Henry is through to the final here, and you can see how much that means to him. He'll be ready to take on one of these two. He'll have a little extra rest as well. He'll get in the shade in the AC and just look patiently to see who he's going to take on. But to come out of that heat in that fashion, he'll be feeling like he's unbeatable out here to be able to get, I mean, he touched on it in the interview as well, just a bit of luck really to get that wave.
What a great moment for, you know, Dane Henry. It was really exciting heat. But this is going to be another exciting heat here. Winter versus...
Yeah, so we've been talking Winter. Vincent, obviously an outstanding surfer, going really well on the challenges, pretty close to getting qualification done. He was outstanding here last year as well. What's Nadavatar got to do out here in these kind of conditions with the smaller swell? A little bit of a leveler in terms of kind of equal opportunities, but what's his approach got to be to beat Winter?
Definitely, it's an equal opportunity. It's hard to describe, you know. Probably you need to have a great wave selection and gotta have the great decision making here. You have to have a confidence on the smaller waves, and just you have to give it all a go. You have to showcase your surfing because you're now into semifinals. You just go through all the clutch moment of this event, especially for Nadav. So definitely just showcasing your surfing is the most important thing.
So in terms of these marginal gains anyway, just that first roll of the dice didn't really pay off for Winter. We saw him get to his feet and just glide into the speed, and you're thinking he's going to crank out a couple of turns and then nothing on offer at all. It is a small number. The 2.5 will be a throwaway. So Nadavatar with priority and a chance to make his mark. And we've been talking about how good his wave selection's been, how well he's been able to pick the eyes out of this lineup throughout pretty contrasting conditions. Can he do it on this much smaller day? Also got a bit of geography between these two as well. Bit of a spread in the lineup. So Winter much deeper at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting positioning right now, you know, for both of them. Nadav just stick to his original plan, just sitting in the inside section, just trying to get those waves that breaking along the reef. I think Winter just trying to get the wave that actually gives him a couple of turns in to start with, and probably he'll be starting to, you know, just sitting in the inside area too. But looks like there's a lot of energy in the lineup.
Yeah, he's almost kind of drawn this wave towards him. You can see it bending towards the surfer in red. Winter Vincent, ultimately, there's not a lot on offer. He just jumps to his feet and then quickly kicks out. Let another look here. Just trying to buzz up there and get something going, apply a bit of pressure, force some numbers.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a strategies going on here from Winter. Again, you know, he's, you know, under priority, second priority, so he's up the point, probably trying to make Nadav just paddle a little bit towards him so that he will be out of position right there. So a little bit of maybe strategies going on there.
Thinking about judging criteria and where scores come from, what's the key towards doing well out here today, Di? We think about what kind of manoeuvres are available to our panel. It doesn't feel like they're going to be section for airs, does it? I think just looking at this, it's tough to think how anyone's going to find those ramps. So going as fast as you can, how do you do that? How do you get enough speed going to do big power turns and impress the panel?
Definitely, you know, generating speed is the key, but to do that, probably you need to have really like big confidence on your surfboard. You have to have a good equipment, and you know, you have to find those steeper section you actually can square up and vertical off the top. That actually can get you a good point. But you know, for Winter, I think this is his first event on a Sharp High surfboard. He made a big move to Sharp High this year, so it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Bit of time off the clock here, under that 27-minute mark, so 8 gone so far. Nadavatar is pretty chill. He hasn't seen anything that's provoked him into paddling and using that priority. And he's been really, really patient. Someone else who's waited a long time to surf this heat. And he's waited a while for a wave. It is his turn, so he'll go. Vincent will have to get out the way. And Avatar, first turn for him, really nice. A bit of carry and speed as he just kicks the tail. The downtime, he won't enjoy that. And what he would have loved to do is go straight back up with that momentum for another turn, but it just wasn't on.
Yeah, he was about to hit the second section back-to-back waves here.
Again, just probing, opens up. There's a turn that served him well in this contest. He's looking for a third maneuver here. Wow. Really nicely done from him. So again, right on that shallow section of reef where you can get a little runner section. You almost think the wave's done. You get a little end bowl that almost bends a little bit away from the surface, but just provides you with that momentum to attack it. That was well surfed.
That was well surfed on the two waves, actually. I really enjoy watching his performances on the back-to-back waves. On the first wave, beautiful one big attack. Definitely he wanted to have one more attack on the wave, but on the next one, that was a great combination, had a big moment, big finish, so definitely great, great way to start his campaign in here.
Yeah, he's been good value for a spot in semis. Number in for him. The first number in for him is the 383, but he's got a better score than that to come, and he'll be in the lead as we go past the 10-minute mark, particularly when the second number comes through. Here's another look.
This is, I think, one of the smaller ones. I love how he pushes the tail so much, throwing a lot of sprays actually on the smaller size waves, but this is a big moment for him. Got a big finish there. He just generating so much speed through the turns and managing really well, engaging the rail there. So definitely great technique on the small size waves, but really love the last turn here. Big finish from Nadav. So yeah, great number.
Really dynamic surfing, gets well rewarded. 6-6-7 advantage to Nadav and to Israel at the moment in this heat. Still plenty of time for Winter Vincent, but Nadav will be feeling pretty good. A couple of things to say there. Wait for priority. Got the disappointing wave really for 383, but then straight away got that 6-6-7, and when those kind of thing happens, a wave that you didn't really see yourself riding, you were almost in position by accident, you might start to think, hang on, this could be my day here.
Yeah, and especially, he waited for the wave for about 10 minutes and used his first priority, and like you said, it was a little bit a shocker, but back-to-back wave and got the 6-point ride, so definitely he's feeling really good right now. He's building some confidence here.
Got sent to the elimination round. Didn't have a great opening round. He got third in that. In the elimination round, just started building up momentum. Ricky Sato was his first victim. After that, he took down Lucas Cassidy, then Ollie Zeitz. So he's been really good value to take down some quality opposition. And just quickly to his feet again then, having a look. Shortly get back into the lineup, get second priority from Winter Vincent. We would have been watching that last heat with a bit of interest. Two surfers that he knows well. Right now, that's a big score he's chasing, 8 points. You can really break that down to two ways for the time being, but you'd have to say Nadav with that medium-high 6 locked in. He will look to wash off that 383. You'd expect him to be posting decent numbers, at least around maybe 13, 14s by the end of the heat. So Winter Vincent is going to have a little bit of surfing to do, but right now it's that patient approach that he's going to have to employ.
Yeah, definitely. For the big requirement, 8-point ride, definitely you need to you need to wait for the right ones. Actually, you can score. Winter is Challenger Series surfer, and he knows how to surf in a really tight heat moment like this. So definitely he's amazing motion really well there. So he knows what to do on the wave, and he knows how to handle the pressure here in the water now.
Yeah, Winter's event started off well, won that opening round heat, the 3 surfer heat. And then went up against Huey Vaughan in a matchup Really could have been a final. Just looking at talent and expectation and hype and all of those things, it was pretty entertaining. But really kind of went into beast mode in that. Just looked absolutely deadly, didn't he, early on in that heat, just stamping his authority on it. And he took on Ichi Watanabe. Did well to get past him in quarters and set up this semi. Just in terms of the amount of surfing that he's had to do, other than that, maybe that first scoring ride that he got against Huey, you haven't really seen him unload as yet in this event, I feel.
Definitely, he had a really hard heat in the quarterfinals. Again, there wasn't much many waves coming in the quarterfinals, but again here we have a smaller condition today. But to be world champ in a junior event, you have to have ability to surf bigger waves, smaller waves, medium waves. But this is a testing moment for Winter, surfing in the smaller conditions.
Small wave skills at the moment from Nadav Attar will be useful in washing off the backup number. Here he is on second priority on an inside wave, and a quick slap of spray for him. Not sure he'll threaten the 383 with that, and he'll just buzz back and try and annoy Winter Vincent. You saw him sitting pretty close to him prior to that wave. It looks like his bearing is a very similar one. As he head back towards that red singlet, Winter Vincent is meerkatting on his board and using that height advantage to see if he can see a lot of energy coming through out the back.
Yeah, a lot of people just hanging out on the beach today for the final day. We waited for a quite long time today, a couple of hours, having a cup of coffee this morning.
19.5 minutes remaining in our second semi. Dane Henry is heading to the final. Who's he going to be taking on? It is an all-Australian women's semi. Sierra Kerr taking on Isla Hupperts. It's in about 19 minutes time. Sierra Kerr, a lot of accolades from her. She's already won a World Junior title. She's pretty impressive records in speciality events, doing airs, being ultra progressive. Trying to get that second World Junior title now really ignites this calendar year and makes some inroads as well in terms of qualifying, which is really a lot of people have been waiting for her to do for quite a long time. Meanwhile, back out in the lineup, we've got some arm movement, we've got a bit of motion. And we got some interest from the Nadav Attar, the Israeli surfer, up with a spring in his step and a section in front of him. And he'll blow out the tail and reverse it around. And to be able to be that light on your feet and that technical dive is ultra impressive.
Wow, great surfing. It's a single maneuver wave, but still it was we haven't seen anything like that, get a full rotation reverse maneuver. So definitely impressive surfing from Nadav. Only needs to better the 3.83, and I think he's done that job. He's done a great job to adding more pressure on Winter with the last ride.
I have a feeling, just from the insights we've gleaned into his character, he doesn't mind being in this role.
Yeah, generating so much speed on the further section. He timed it perfectly there, kicked the tail high, and just get the rotations. Beautiful surfing.
A little over 17 minutes remaining. Let's get down the beach and hear from True Starling.
Thank you, Paul. I just wanted to talk about this heat because feeling like right now with, as you said, just over 17 to go, a bit of an upset kind of moment. You can see out behind me Nadav and Winter, they're actually sitting quite close together. I'm sure you can see that on screen as well. But a bit of a difference in the energy and the vibe down on the beach right now. Nadav's support team, his mum and dad are here. They're feeling the energy. They're feeling it. They're loving it. They're really leaning into it. There's big claps and cheers. Whereas Winter's mum, Mel, she's over down in the athlete area. She's finding some shade and a little bit of space. So really two opposing energies right now, and I feel like you can see that in the way that these two competitors are approaching this heat. Nadavi's got that real kind of momentum for it right now, and I feel like he needed that with this approach with Winter. I think this heat is going to be a really interesting one to see how it plays out. I mean, we just saw Dane and Lennox have an absolute doozy of a heat as well, so this is going to be crazy to see who's going to meet Dane in the final.
Yeah, true. Are you surprised with Winter's situation at the moment, struggling as he is in this one? I mean, there is still plenty of time, but we would have expected to see quite a bit more of him at this stage.
Yeah, for sure, Paul. I think I am a little bit surprised, to be honest. I feel like the last few days that we had of him in conditions that were only just a little bit bigger than this, it felt like Winter was really surfing into himself. He didn't really look phased by the wave size, the lack in power of the waves, whereas now I think the reason why we're seeing him being so still out there is because he is waiting for those bigger and better waves. So I think he knows with his size and the power that he brings out there on a day like today, he needs to be on the best waves. So it's just really waiting and hoping that they come through, whereas Nadav can take anything really and make it into a good score.
Yeah, we're looking to do that right now in action once again with some energy, with some aggression, just kicking out that back foot on the tail block and throwing spray. Once again, a finished turn for him. He's all energy. He's all over the place. He has improved his backup number with his previous effort. 4-5 for him. Winter Vincent once again just seeding the lineup and saying, yeah, you take this one if you want, mate. Have at it. That's exactly what Nadavatar has done. Looking to try and force up some numbers again here. Di, how do we like this ride?
Yeah, really enjoying watching this wave. One of the bigger size waves compared to the previous waves, and put a couple of tons in. So beautiful surfing from Nadav. Different approach compared to the last, one single reverse there. So, he's just trying to adding more pressure to Winter. But just like you and Chu were saying, it's surprising how Winter is just waiting for the right ones right now. But definitely great combination from Nadav, and try to get rid of the 4.50 there, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, he is absolutely grasping this opportunity at the moment. 14 on the clock here. He's in a decent position. You think about energy. Crew in the shade. Good call. Enjoying what's going down out in the water. It's fun on finals day as a neutral, as a spectator. If you're in the camp, the surfer real close now to ultimate glory. These are nervous moments. You just think about energy in the heat, but overall in terms of the event, if you Winter Vincent, making the final in this is kind of par for the course. We kind of expect him. He needs to be in that final or definitely around there just to kind of have an okay event. If you're Nadavatar, he's already on fire here. This is like a real breakthrough moment for him. He's come out here, not unknown as such, but not super well-known on the global stage. And he's torn through heats. He's taken down some pretty well-known opponents. And he's done it in his own way. He's like competed and just shown he's got a bit about him, a bit of character, a bit of pluck. He's put himself over, and the judges have rewarded him. And right now, with under 13 minutes to go, he just got another marginal improvement of 4.6. So it's not a massive improvement, but it's more scoreboard pressure on Winter Vincent, and he's buzzed around, and he's enjoyed it, Nadav.
Definitely, Nadav is doing a great job to just adding a pressure step by step on the wave, and got the 4.60. That is a great job, and just like you said, it's a already great result for Nadav, just making it to the semi-finals. It's a third finish, and for Winter, he definitely wants to have a win here after finishing second last year. So yeah, it's Nadav is one of the surfers who creates own rhythm and own rhythm with the ocean and keep the momentum going, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just creating a rhythm in the water in the semi-finals as well. So I think he's feeling really great right now.
Yeah, sitting real close once again to Winter Vincent, just letting him know as well, buddy, you got a bit to do here. You need to go close to a 9, 8-7-7. So a sort of similar feel to our previous heat. The only difference in that one was Dane Henry did have that high score locked in. So he kind of had over half the job done. Even then, it was pretty tight for him to get that number right at the end. Just one wave came through in a slightly different position up the reef, and he got it done. Winter really is chasing 2 scores at the moment, so his position, it's not exactly enviable, but he'll be backing himself. Meanwhile, goes Isla, getting ready for a final here, and she's been outstanding since the get-go here. She was the surfer everyone was talking about from the first day, just blasting her way to that big 9 and doing it with powerful, aggressive, explosive surfing. Been real good value from then. Just kind of put a bit of a marker down. Well, guess what? She's through to the final. So we'll have to get past Sierra Kurt. She's going to become a world champion. That's in under 11 minutes time. We'll get underway there. Right now it is Winter Vincent. Still with that priority. Kind of waiting for his luck to change a little bit at the moment. What sort of stuff do you think Josh Kerr's done to Sierra? What sort of insights is he imparting?
Yeah, I was kind of curious about, what they are having conversation about here, but probably, where to, they know where to sit here in the water. They spent a few days here, but probably just talking about golfing right there, probably just relaxing time together, just shaking off the nerves there probably. I'm not too sure, but I don't think they having a surfing talking there.
They look pretty relaxed overall, don't they? We saw earlier on as well that quite close to Isla Huppert's as she was getting ready, and him kind of sharing a word with them as well. So not loading up overly in terms of pressure, creating too much tension in body and mind. Get out there and take your opportunities. Be a decent mancha for a day like today. Haven't done that so far. Surfer out of Israel Nadav with a 6.67 and a 4.6.
Tense moments for both of them actually. They sit right next to each other. It's a pretty big field in the water once in the water, but they just decided to sit together. Probably Nadav just trying to sit, close to Winter and probably trying to add more pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's been something he's done throughout this heat. I mean, he hasn't been in second priority pretty much since that opening exchange, and I think he's identified, I'm going to have to surf well out here, but I really need to compete well. I think he'll know he needs to bring everything to get past Winter Vincent, so he's going to have to try and just find any kind of advantage wherever he can. And if that means I'll get in his head a little bit, I'll try and annoy him. I'll sit a little bit closer than I really need to when I'm winning. I'll maybe ask how long's to go a couple of times as well, and just keep refreshing that update from our beach announcer in terms of where the score's at and where the clock is. And I think that's a pretty good call. And on days like today, it's not necessarily the sort of dreamy heats that you kind of imagine surfing and winning world titles and events, but it's what we're dealing with. And I think being realistic, being pragmatic, it's paying off so far for Nadav.
Definitely, but looks like there's some energy in the water now. A little bit of strong paddle from Nadav. Winter is still, chilling.
Yeah, a bit of interest here from Winter Vincent, and once again, just deciding that's not his wave. Nadav will spin and take it. And he's up and down. Sierra Kurt on the verge of a second World Junior title. If she's going to earn that, she's got to get past Isla Huppert's. It's been outstanding throughout this event. Does still feel like we haven't seen the best of Sierra Kurt. She hasn't really unleashed at any point in this event. She had a couple of close heats. A lot of her interviews, it's been more kind of relief than elation or anything like that. So she is going to peak in the final. Decent time to do it. Are we seeing a little bit more movement out here, Di?
Yeah.
Certainly from this angle anyways, a few more lumps.
definitely there's a few energies coming through lineup. I'm hoping to. Looks like Winter is getting frustrated a little bit in the water. Probably, when it's condition like this, you see the lines, but once the set hits the reef, it actually really small, and you kind of think it's not the wave that you wanted to, so you decided to wait, but there's no waves coming through, and you kind of start to think, well, maybe I should have gone on that one, and a little bit starting to doubting yourself. It's a tense moment for Winter here.
6 on the clock. Nadav Attar asking for a situation from the beach announcer. Beach announcer will remind him he's in the lead and there's less than 6 to go. Let's get down to True Starling for an update.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Bit of an update, a couple of things. First thing, we've got 40-minute finals, so an extra 5 minutes of surfing for the men's and women's finalists, which is huge. Second exciting thing is someone is taking this bad boy home, or 2 people are, to be honest. There's actually 2 on the stage here. We're going to have 2 World Junior Champions for 2025, which is huge. It's such an incredible achievement. It's either going to be Sierra Kerr or Isla Huppets, and we'll see, is it going to be Dane Henry with Winter Vincent or Nadav Attar? I mean, Nadav right now is kind of commanding this semi-final. We'll see if Winter can find an option in the next couple of minutes, but this is what everyone's looking at and getting ready to hoist over their heads, because it's an amazing achievement, Paul.
Wouldn't mind paying a few extra baggage charges if you've got an unexpected third piece of luggage to go home with.
Love to pay for the extra luggage there for the trophy.
So that's the prize. It's on offer here on finals day. And slightly concerned, more furrowed brow than we're used to seeing from Winter Vincent, who's up and down on his board, who's looking around, he's scouring, he's just thinking, where is it? Because he's had nothing really come his way, and he's kind of had the worst heat of anyone at this stage so far throughout semi-finals, because in over half an hour of surfing, his high score is a 2.5, and we haven't really seen anyone quite that wave starved at this point. A little over 4 dot. Just ask, think of some of these waves, 4.5, also the 4.6. They could have been Winter's wave. Now, with hindsight, should he have been going those, maybe trying to force a 5 and stay in contention? Has he made poor decisions here?
I wouldn't say it's a poor decision from Winter, because we've seen a couple of good sets in the previous heat, in the semi-final heat number 1. So I wouldn't say it's a poor decision from Winter, but it's just unfortunate for him because the ocean just decided to not providing any opportunities here.
Yeah, a couple of things. There's that, and also you'd probably have to say Nadav surfed up the potential, some of those inside waves, hasn't he? He's given it that extra energy. He's a little guy. I mean, you can see the difference in physique and weight. His board's a little thinner, a little knifier. He's super whippy. Just that one turn that he did for the 4.6 where he reversed and blew the tail out of the lip. I mean, that is the sort of thing that you can only really do if you're super sprightly and rapid, and been able to just get a little extra sauce on waves that are maybe kind of 3.5s, 4s, to be able to turn those into 4.6s is very, very impressive. And it's a bit of a weapon to have today of all days.
Definitely. And then now with the 3 minutes left on the clock, Winter has to go on the one wave and trying to get the 8.77. So definitely, I'm pretty sure he's going to wait for the set from now on. He's been waiting for the set for about 20 minutes now. So it's a hard time to make a decision here.
Winter Vincent in a bit of trouble here. 2.5 on the clock. We see some lines, some energy coming through. He's waited an eternity to try and find a set, and he'll identify one. So I seem to see this late and make a late decision to get towards it. He's actually nowhere near it. It will slip underneath. That wave kind of popped up pretty quick in a slightly different spot. Just went over there and covered it. 2 minutes on the clock here, and you can see he's rattled. A little splash of the water from him. Still got that priority. Just didn't really paddle for the wave as such, but what he doesn't have is a lot of time. He doesn't have many points either, and he needs to go huge here. 8.77 feels big.
Yeah, it feels bigger and bigger right now with that 1 minute and 40 seconds left. So you need to, pretty much you need to have something special to score 8.77. We haven't seen anything like that today. Have to have maybe 2 big turns or 3 big turns to get up 8.77. But just like you said, time is ticking away here.
You're on the verge of a major, major upset here. Winter Vincent, heavy favourite, probably to take out the whole event coming into it, really. There was a strong team from Australia, but probably put him at the head of that with the experience that he had here last year. Just overall, how he's going on the challenges, just his overall stature in the sport. And right now, after waiting days and days to surf a heat, and something that he would have been hoping, and certainly his fans would be a bit of a coronation, maybe a bit of a procession for him to get into this final and fire up and get that World Junior title. It's not going to happen for him here. 40 on the clock. He needs 8.77. He's had nothing going at all. And you have to say, hats off to Nadav Atar, who's hustled. He's been busy. He surfed really well. The 6.67, impressive. But to be able to get the 4.6 as well, I think there's a bit of energy and a bit required to be able to do that in the mind, to be able to force that. He's competed well. He's going to the final here. He's going to take on Dane Henry.
Definitely, he's doing great job here. He's been creating his own rhythm with the ocean throughout the whole week, and in this heat as well, he just create his rhythm here and get to 6 and 4. So great job from Nadav.
Nadav Atar will be absolutely delighted. He's through to the final here, an historic moment for him. And this is absolutely huge. Winter Vincent is pretty upset about not making it through the ocean, not his friend today. Right now, we're on the cusp of women's final. Isla Huppert's taking on Sierra Kerr. Stay tuned.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla, kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Di mabilang ang mabuting asal na itinuro. With sulit sarap sustansya, Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the Philippines for the World Junior Surfing Championships. Just like Bruce Buffer says, it's time. It's time to crown some World Junior Champions. We're looking at the women's final, and it is stacked. Sierra Kerr taking on Isla Huppert's, the two in-form women of the event so far, an all-Aussie matchup here. Sierra looking to go for her second World Junior title. Isla Huppert's chasing down her first. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Di Wacko and Stace Galbraith. And we're looking at a 40-minute final here. We're straight into live action. Isla just teeing off with that turn. She has been using to her advantage this entirety of the event. Two best mates battling it out for a World Junior title. Di, this is kind of a bestie's dream right now.
Definitely, how good is having a World Championship last heat with best friends in this. Yeah, beautiful. And how good is that, having a great final heat. But this is a Sierra. Nice looking wave there, 2 turns, and gets the finish. So beautifully done from Sierra. And this was the last wave from Isla. Beautiful first time, really loved that turn there. A lot of power in it. Buckets of spray out the back. So beautiful surfing from both Isla and Sierra. And I think they have a very similar styles here. They are really light on their feet and generating so much speed. And they both have a strong vertical approach. So it's a great matchup.
Yeah, both with incredible air games as well. Obviously, Sierra being a multiple stab high champion. Isla, she's actually come pretty close to winning solid events with her air game as well. Stacey, you've had the pleasure of watching these two grow through their junior careers. Now for the both of them to be battling it out for a World Junior title here, I mean, this would be pretty sentimental for you as well.
And she was just charging down D-Bar Hill on one of those things, and you just kind of thought she's got something inside her, some kind of crazy maniac vibes inside her, and it hasn't been a surprise to see how hard she's charging, how big an air she does, and yeah, I think that was a pretty good barometer of things to come. So yeah, it is sentimental. Like obviously, Kersey to me growing up at home, he's seen all the amazing things that he's done, and now to have his daughter being at the top of the world in her game is amazing. And then Isla's just moved to the Gold Coast. It's more than a few years ago now, but yeah, they call Tugan home, just around the corner from me. Oh, Belinga, I should say, excuse me. But yeah, get to see these two surfing a lot, and yeah, it's a proud moment for Australian junior surfing for sure.
Yeah, but they're obviously both want to take out the title, but they're friends at the end of the day. We've got a couple of scores starting to filter in. Before we get to those, we have a very ecstatic Nadav Attar. He's down on the glass with True Styling. He's through to the World Junior final.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Ecstatic but speechless. Nadav into the finals. This is huge.
Yeah, I'm super happy. It's a great day. I know we all wish we had more waves, but it is what it is. We're here to have fun and grind it out, so that's what we're doing. We have a title match now.
Well, it's all part of the training as well. I feel like there's a lot of events and a lot of moments that really, make it to this and make all that training and preparation worth it. I mean, finals time, if you're, thinking back to the very start of this event, were you expecting this to happen for you?
I always knew this is where I should be, but the way I started the event, I had a horrible heat. I'm sure a lot of people watched it. So it was definitely kind of nerve-wracking going to the elimination round, but I knew that thanks to that elimination round, I managed to get back into it and just truly surf, Yeah, I'm here right now, and I'm enjoying this moment. My parents are here. My coach is here. A lot of the friends are here for the longboard event from where I live and from Israel. So, yeah, it's just a dream come true just to even be here. And now to make the final and compete against Dane. He's an amazing surfer, a good friend of mine too. So it's a dream come true already.
It's such a huge achievement already to be in the final. We know that you're looking for, a win here as well to hold that trophy. But, speaking in regards to the people and the team here, even just looking at you and speaking to you throughout the week, the energy that you've had has been really calm, collected, but also very, in focus and ready to rock and roll for each heat that you've had. Talking about the last few days that we've had off, have you felt any nerves or, I guess kind of that anxiety coming into that semi-final?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially in the start of the event, I was shaking from nerves. I was so nervous. It's my first really big event. My biggest events other than this have been just the Pro Juniors in QS, so I've never even been to an ISA. So the nerves I had here have been like nothing else. But I just put it into joy, and I just told myself, like, we're already here. It's already a dream come true to have qualified to this event. Just being here is fun, so just try to enjoy my time here. And every time I got nervous, just really was grateful for the opportunity to be here and perform with all the best juniors in the world. And now top two, we'll see how the final goes.
Let's see it. I know you've got a lot of people here supporting you, but let's talk about the people that are back at home. Is there anything you'd like to say?
לכולם בארץ, תודה רבה רבה רבה, אנחנו בגמר. וואו, מטורף. יש לנו גמר עוד 40 דקות. As אני הולך להתארגן. To all the people in Costa Rica as well, they're supporting me. Thank you so much. Your love and support means the world to me. All my friends, they insisted to stay up. It's like 2 a.m. right now. And to also my family in Bolivia and Israel, everyone, I love you guys. My grandma especially, love you guys.
Thank you so much, Nadav. We'll let you get ready, but we've got two of our finalists locked in for the men's. Let's see who's going to take it out for the women.
Yeah, Dane Henry, Nadav Attar. Nadav, the first ever Israeli surfer to be battling for a world title. So we could potentially have 2 years of first year. Obviously, we saw it go to Indonesia last year. Potential for it to go to Israel this year, which is pretty cool. Taking on Dane Henry. Di, what do you make of that final?
Wow, it's going to be another exciting matchup. They both stand out from throughout the whole week from the World Junior Championships. And, for Nadav, it's a great for Nadav. Again, like you said, it's a historical moment for, his country. So
Yeah, not going to lie, major upset in that last semi-final with Winter going down. I feel like everyone's picked to win the event just with how good he's been all year, the run he had here last year, but unfortunately just couldn't find what he was chasing. Looking at this heat though, 717, that first opening wave score for Isla Huppets, already posting a big number, a 6-5 for Sierra Kerr. So we've already got a battle on our hands here, Stace. Solid looking numbers to roll on to that opening exchange.
Yeah, great start to the final, and I think it'll set these two up to have a pretty, the word I'd say is probably a professional heat. They've got really good score on the board now. They don't really need to be scrapping around, whereas in the two men's semis, we saw a pretty big element of just ride anything and sort of see what happens. With the strong start that these two have had here, I think that we'll look to see them be a bit more selective and really try to put pressure on one another, because at the moment they both started within sort of just a bit more than half a point of one another. I think it's going to be... I don't think we'll see them surf themselves into a bunch of 3s and 4s from this point.
Yeah, a couple nervous dads hanging around as well. Josh Kerr, obviously Marcus as well. He'd be quite stressed out at this point, as well as, their entire families. Obviously Isla, she's got 2 sisters and her mum Kelly back at home. Would be watching on, and be a big moment for someone like Isla Dye, who hasn't had those big results and that isn't that big established name like Sierra Kerr yet.
Definitely, it's a nerve-wracking moment for her, but on the other hand, it's a super, super exciting moment for her to have a chance to get a world title next to her name now with her best friend in the final, Sierra Kerr. So it's a great moment, and it's an exciting moment for Isla again. And just like Stace mentioned, it's already a great heat in our hand, and 7.17 and 6.150 to start this final.
Yeah, and Stace, you were a big part of Jack Freestone's career. He obviously took home 2 World Juniors to himself. It takes a lot. It takes a village to get yourself to that top of the podium and really hoisting that trophy up above your head.
Yeah, it definitely does. You guys mentioned it earlier, everyone here is pretty well supported. Nadav mentioned it, mums and dads and coaches, and it's a cool part of the sport. It is obviously individual when you hit the water, but there's always, friends and family cheering on back home, and I know it means a lot to the competitors at sort of any age, really. I think that even when you get onto the tour, you see crew at 30 plus years old, they're still stoked to hear that everyone at home is excited to watch them surf. It's a beautiful part of our sport. You get to cheer on these guys at home and then potentially have a surf with them. It's not like NBA or NFL where it's sort of just on the field and nowhere else. A lot of people would feel really well connected to these surfers' journeys, and even particularly back in Australia as well. Like the club scene that we have at home is unbelievable. And these two surfers represent 2 powerhouse clubs, Snapper Rocks and Burleigh Board Riders, respectively. So, yeah, it takes a big village for sure.
Yeah, soft spot for Torquay board riders as well. Big part of the Huppets' lives early on. They obviously originate down from Victoria. You can see Isla's dad on screen, looking a bit more relaxed there.
Yeah, he's not holding that Sharon because he supports the Burleigh Bombers. He's from Victoria, where the AFL was born. So it has been a big part of their lives.
Yeah, and you know what? That AFL ball, it has been just an absolute part of Isla's pre-heat routine. Every single heat, no matter where she is in the world or what kind of level of competition, it's in the pre-game. And you know what? Everyone's got their thing. You always see Sierra, she does some high knees and then some butt kicks. She's always trying to do a little bit of plyometrics. But for some people, it's kicking an AFL ball around Dye.
That's a great one to actually have for pre-heat prep, I used to do the meditating before my heat, but everyone has different approach to their heats, and it's always great to see how they prepare their heat and see the heat prep.
Wouldn't say there's anything really separating these two ladies talent-wise, Stace, but as a long-time coach yourself, I feel like these guys, it's a bit of tactics coming in here too, just with these two and how well they would know the ins and outs of each other's games.
I would say though there's definitely that ability when you got to give the tip of the cap to Sierra Kerr when the waves get real, particularly lefts. We've seen the stuff that she's done at Chopu. We've seen the stuff she's done around the world when Kira and the waves get good, but that's not what we're looking at right here. And I would say the advantage does go to Isla. She has she's just on the scoreboard. She's been generating high scores all week in all conditions. And I think at some point that sort of Aussie underdog has to just sort of leave you. You know, obviously she's up against Sierra Kerr, one of the biggest names in the world. But if you just look at pure stats to get to this point, Isla has been the surfer that's sort of been consistently been able to rack up higher scores, and even maybe if the scores haven't been maybe always higher in that round, she's always seemed to do it with relative ease this week. And what I mean by that is even if she takes off on a rubbish wave, she's still had those one-turn moments when it's been small, where she's been able to get sort of 5s and 6s just for one moment. So I would say with the conditions the way they are, I definitely think the advantage lies with Isla, and we've seen that in the opening exchange.
I'd still say she still has the turn of the event so far.
Oh, for sure.
That 9-point ride, it's still such a strong point. First day, I mean, I don't think any of us were really expecting that. It's one of those moments that got us all out of our seats. Everyone, you know, all along the beach, watching from back home. It was real power, just all class right now from Isla Huppert's. Currently leading this heat, though, Sierra Kerr, trying to drop a 2.17, apply a bit more pressure. Gets the board up in these steeper parts of the waves here. She's looking for a little bit more, wants to get nice and vertical, doing the best with what she's got on that wave there. You can see really nice snaps there, Di, but it's hard when it's like this and it's small because she did tick every box there and did absolutely everything she could with that wave, but you can see the intent. She wanted more.
Definitely you want it more on the wave, especially in, you know, there's condition like this, you always capitalize all the sections here, but definitely she did great on this wave, generating so much speed of that white water, and it gets the second turn here, but didn't actually really have the steepest section on this one. It was a hard wave to surf, but she did really amazing job to surf this wave and maximize the section here.
Stace, thoughts?
Oh, the most peculiar thing to me was that she actually got that wave second priority, sitting deeper than Isla up the point. Isla was kind of happy to let her go, and the wave offered multiple scoring sections. So Isla obviously got a pretty strong game plan, and maybe the first wave of the set isn't part of that. But to me, that wave had plenty of good scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I actually feel like other than that wave there, I feel like the first wave of the sets haven't really been the ones. The second or third have looked a lot cleaner, a little bit more consistent down the line there. Big moment, priority going to Sierra Kerr. She slightly betters her situation with a 4.5. This is Isla's last wave here, Stace.
Yeah, you can just sort of see that entry speed and how easy the board's sort of going into the lip there. She doesn't seem to be working as hard as Sierra to get the same sort of scores, and it's sort of, unfortunately that wave didn't eventuate further down the line, but you can kind of sort of see that in the 4.5 of Sierra. It was a nice wave with a few nice sections, but the judges really making Sierra work today, and you can see that in the scoreline.
Yeah, 7.17. It is that just that high market edges Isla out a little bit. I know she's currently in second at 3.83 is what she's chasing. You can see just that board maybe has a little bit more speed on it as well. And just Di and I were chatting earlier, Stace, a bit of an equipment swap for Sierra Kerr. Obviously, you got to see it as well. Did you ever find out if it was epoxy, PU?
Yeah, it's just a PU. Yeah, just one of her favourite grovelers. She said it was one of the most favourite boards that she had in the quiver. She said she bought a bunch of great small wave boards over here, and she's kind of ridden every single one up until this point, and thought that this would be the one today. And it's so far the right call. She had a great surf on it in the semi, and yeah.
And yeah, looking good. We've got almost halfway through this heat so far. It feels like Sierra just trying to really create a little bit more room right now between her and Isla. Isla, though, that's 7.17, so feels like even though she's in second right now, Di, she's in a great position, maybe in the better position out of the two because she's got a lot of room to improve right now.
Yeah, I would say it's, she's in the better position. You know, Isla has, like you said, 7.17 already, and then needing only small score 3.83, she can do it, you know, in a smaller size waves here. So definitely, I would say she's in a good position. But you know, Sierra has first priority, and then just like Stace mentioned, she's been surfing great throughout whole week, and she picks up this surfboard, you know, knowing that it's going to be the best board. So definitely, it's a scary moment as well for Isla.
Thoughts when you get a big score at the start of the heat? A lot of people, it takes the pressure off, but you're in the final. You're trying to get a World Junior title under your name for the first time for Isla. You've locked in a 7.17. Do you think it maybe applies a little bit more pressure to try and back that up and get a second score?
Yeah, you get, you know, sometimes you get really super excited after getting the 7-point ride. Okay, now it's probably my day and I can get another 7-point ride. But after like 10 minutes or like a couple of minutes, and then, you know, well, where's the wave? And then I haven't got any wave yet since the last wave. So definitely, like you said, a lot of pressures building up.
Sierra, she's going to create a little bit of room here. This is what we kind of want to see Sierra start to do. We know Isla loves to surf on her own game, surf on her own format, but sometimes when you apply a little pressure, it can rattle any competitor, not just Isla, not just Sierra. So trying to make Isla chase down those bigger numbers is definitely the achievement. You can see right now for Josh, though, Stace, looking more nervous than we've ever seen him.
Yeah, he's definitely this is the one heat of the event that you want to win. You've worked so hard to get to this point, and he'll know what every small decision in this heat means a lot.
Slash kicking off here for Sierra, second turn. She's going to get another moment down the line here, and it's the best of the wave so far. She comes right through the inside of this reef here, so she's sticking with it. She really wanted something on the inside. She loves capitalizing on the entirety of these waves here, but building through this heat here now, Di. It needs to better a 4-5. Thoughts originally on that wave?
She's done the job, definitely. I love the first time throwing a lot of sprays. I think she had a more connection than the previous waves, and then she had a big finish as well. So definitely she's done the job to get the to better the 4.5 there.
Yeah, we're just talking about her trying to create a little bit more distance right now between her and Isla. It's definitely one way to do it. That third turn down the line, you can tell momentum and speed. It just is such a beautiful equation for confidence for Sierra Stace.
Yeah, you can kind of tell too on that wave there. She didn't have to think about how she wanted to generate her speed. Like you mentioned, she had that momentum. She did really well at the start here, sort of not to push too hard, keep the board going down the line, and then you can just sort of see this wave here just has a bit more of like a natural curve in it, and her ability to fly down the line there really paid off. And like you said, Di, it was a nice finishing turn, just unfortunately it wasn't at the end of the wave. And it's just always one of those ones with the judges, if they kind of see you at the end of the wave looking for one more and you don't get it, it kind of feels like, it's not something that's written in stone, as we see there, a beautiful turn, but it's just one of those things that it's just a bit of luck, really. You just hope to finish the wave with the turn rather than be sort of looking for another one. But yeah, like you said, still some really nice surfing up until that point.
Well, the judges deem it better than the 4-5, so she is improving. It's a 5-1-7 that last for Sierra Kerr, needing Isla Huppets to track down a 4-5, which is a big difference from that 3. She's got to have something, at least one turn that's got a bit of spice to it there. We are at the halfway mark, so we've passed this 20 minutes to go here. We're just touching on this though, Di. So a bit of pressure starting to build now on Isla. She does have this really great ability though to not get too flustered by her competitors. We saw at the start of her semi-final, she paddled way off the bank, way up the reef. She said pretty much to the other beach with Vaihiti. Kind of the only moment we've seen her be somewhat fazed by her competitor.
Yeah, now she's super focused and she knows what to do in this heat, just waiting for the right ones. But I think she's not, trying to get the 4.5 on the next one. She's just trying to create more space if she's on that good waves next. But definitely, a bit of pressure are building up. Like you say, it's halfway through mark, 20 minutes left, but still. 20 minutes left, it's a heaps time left.
Yeah, she's found some energy right now. Out the back, Isla Huppets paddling in. Needing a 4-5 to go to the lead here. You can see extends those arms. She's going to swoop back to the pocket again. That board looked like it was carrying great speed, but no inside section there. Although it didn't have that inside, I love that board and how easy it generates through these dead sections here, though. A bit of damage out the back, Stace, but she's going to need more. Yeah,
unfortunately she won't get rewarded for this wave too highly, but yeah, I agree. Like even that first turn, as soft and as hard as that wave is, it's just a sign of how committed she is to her turn. So to be able to twist and kind of throw a bit of spray in a situation like that's pretty difficult. But you still need the wave to play ball. So yeah, she's gonna have to go back to the drawing board here.
You can see a couple of the locals standing with Josh Kerr. We've got Wendell Evans, Daisy in the background as well, one of the most talented longboarders coming from this part of the world. We'll see her in competition in a couple of days' time. We are nowhere near wrapping up just action here in the Philippines. We've got an international QS coming up, but right now all eyes to who is going to be our World Junior Champion for this year. Right now, Sierra Kerr holding it down with a 6-5 and a 5-1-7. Last wave for Isla. Small score, 2-7-7, so still chasing that 4.5. You know that these next competitors will be laser focused on the ocean right now. Dane Henry, Nadav Attar, Stace. Who are you giving the edge to for that next final coming up?
Ooh, it's a great question, but I think Dane Henry at the moment's been, I guess, probably just the most variety. He's been able to surf all different parts of the bank and sort of, get different scores. I thought that last semi from Nadav, though, was like exactly the heat you want to have before the final. So I'm not giving it to Dane by a long margin, but I think that Dane at the moment is looking like the favourite.
Di?
Yeah, I would say Dane. But like, Stace mentioned, Nadav had a great heat in the semi-finals, and he has the good rhythm, great connection with the ocean. So definitely he has a momentum right now. So not too sure, but it's an exciting final.
Yeah, we can see those trophies just behind Lennox Smith there. So that is what everyone is chasing down. Not only are you the best junior in the world, you also get a spot onto the Challenger Series. We think about these 4 finalists, every single one of them ready to be there. Obviously, Sierra Kerr already there, but thinking of adding Isla Huppatz to that Challenger Series, Dane Henry or Nadav Attar, great fits and great competitiveness to add there. Stace?
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of competitiveness, you can just kind of see that there from Sierra, that the attention to detail in her competing is, that's why she's a World Junior Champion as it stands already. She's looking to add a second title. Just not giving Isla an inch there. Like Isla went to look a wave under second priority. Sierra didn't want it. Then she tried to move away, and Sierra just kind of sharking her down the lineup. She knows that, Isla's capable of getting that score. And when the conditions are slow like this, anything you can do to sort of halt your competitor's momentum is something that you should take advantage of. And most people look, 15 minutes left on the clock, why does it matter? It matters when it's slow. And there might only be 2 or 3 really good scoring waves left in this heat. And if you can limit them, you've done a good job.
Yeah, we've got to give Isla a little bit of space now from Sierra. She's up and riding. Not much on offer on this wave, though. So Isla, she's going to still be chasing a little bit more here. So 4-5 down the line. You'd love to see Isla at a place like you think Newcastle, maybe Bolito, with those kind of backwashy waves but big sections. Die. She's going to have to do it in small stuff, though, if she wants to see herself onto that Challenger Series. But like I was just mentioning, all of those surfers, Die, you've got to think they're going to be able to take it to those bigger names on the Challenger Series right now. And they're still juniors.
Wow, that's a big moment for surfers in a teenage. It's a big pressure. But like we've been talking throughout the whole week, all the junior surfing level is getting higher and higher, and a lot of them are in the Challenger Series. So definitely, these guys, all the surfers from World Junior, they can fit in the CS level.
We're looking at our final and crowning some champions here. Right now, though, there's a bit going on down the beach. We've got True out and about, I believe, on the athlete area.
Yeah, I am. I'm on the stairs in the athlete area, and the energy right now, it's pretty tense. Okay, so we've got 2 finalists obviously out there in the water right now. Isla Huppatz's dad is just sitting out there a little bit in front of me. Lennox Smith has been a little bit of moral support. Josh Kerr, Sierra Kerr's dad, of course, he's up behind me as well. He's in his own space. So we've got a bit of separation between the 2 parts of Team Oz. And then as well, Dane Henry and Nadav, they're getting themselves ready for this next final. Interesting thing to note as well, when I was waiting for Nadav, before I got to have a chat with him, I could see him go in, give Dane a hug, give Duffy a hug, go in and share that love and that energy that we've really been seeing shine through for Nadav. So I was like, oh, okay, there's a little bit of a connection here. And I think this next final is going to be really interesting because the 2 of them have been so informed this event, but I still feel like they've got more to give.
Yeah, thanks, True. How's the Beagle looking down there? Devon Sangers, by the look of him, understandably.
He's a little bit upset.
The trophies were right behind him. You get in grasp, weren't they?
I did get a little bit of a smile. I had a little bit of a chat with him. He was a little bit upset.
Yeah, Truzy.
Bit bummed, but he was happy.
Thanks, True.
No worries.
Yeah, thanks, Truzy. Loving the intel from the athlete area. You can see Kiri behind her looking pretty stressed out as well. So I'm excited for these finals. I'm excited to see who is going to take home these trophies. Isla Huppatz wants to be the lady who does it on the women's side. 4-5 is the number here. She's going to get a bowl to work with. Danger time. Nice connection in the pocket there for Isla Huppatz. Not what you want to be seeing if you're Sierra Kerr from out the back. So a 4-5, we've seen her single turns go a lot higher than a 4-5. It feels like it could be a good enough section to go there, Di.
Yeah, definitely. She had a great moment there. It was one of the steepest sections that you can hit in this heat, especially in the last section there. So definitely great job of wave selection there from Isla, and then 4.5. It's a small score. One single big maneuver can do the job.
Stace?
You kind of mentioned earlier she wasn't looking flustered, and up until that point she was looking absolutely flustered.
Yeah.
She'd been 4 or 5 attempts up until that ride to kind of get herself back into this heat, where she wanted it to be. And the judges not really loving it as much as we did. A 4.17, but I think she should still take a bunch of confidence out of that and into kind of the next exchange, just by way of, like you mentioned, Jesse, just her entry speed on the board and her board speed down the line. But credit to Sierra Kerr, she was all over this wave, and she thought, nah, there's not those points in that wave. I'm going to let her go, and it was the right call.
I liked that turn there for Isla. I thought it was a nice looking section. She definitely punched a solid looking turn there, but the judges, they're asking a little bit more. If you want to be World Junior Champion, you're going to have to hit it a little bit harder than that. So 4.17 last wave scores for Isla Huppatz. Look how close these totals are between these two ladies. Isla, she's going to have another roll of the dice here, so maybe, like you mentioned, starting to creep in the fluster, but fair enough. I mean, you're battling it out for a World Junior title. Sierra, though, like you said, she just got so much class when it comes to her competitive nature. And having someone like Josh Kerr in your corner, it's definitely going to help breed this incredible athlete. But she's one of those surfers who could kind of choose any avenue. She could be free surfer or competitive surfer, and she'd be successful.
Yeah, and she's a very smart competitor here, and she's playing really great job here to just adding up pressures to Isla here. But I really like the last wave from Isla too.
Yeah, I actually really liked that one single turn. You could see the boys were standing up looking for something. It feels like it was this Sierra using up first priority here. Carve to start this one off. There's that jam that she's got a little hung up in the foam there though, so had to kind of fight her way out of it. Don't really see that bettering the 5.17, but you've got to keep your competitors off those opportunities there, Di.
Definitely. It's a great call for Sierra to just block the Isla from that way, because it had a critical section to hit, actually. So great call, but like you said, I don't think it's going to be bettering the 5.17, but there's still 10 minutes left. And, even if you have a second priority, there's so many chances inside, like this.
Yeah, we're going to have to catch back up with it. Stace, what do you make of this one?
Yeah, look, I disagree. I think she will better the 5.17 just by way of the combination was together. And even if it doesn't, I still prefer that wave personally over the other wave. Just a lot of downtime in between the turns, and didn't really get the combination that I think is the hardest thing to do in surfing when you're surfing waves this small. And this is, as Di mentioned, just the wave behind the second priority, building speed down the line here. Nice slash out of the top, and looks to get more points down the line, but unfortunately not. So I think the judges will analyse it pretty heavily. It could come in thereabouts or potentially over or under, let's see. But I think that sequence of manoeuvres to let Isla go the 4.17, then put herself on that next best wave, that's just, the maturity of that decision making is... you mentioned she got Kersey in her corner helping her out. Kersey was a massive attacker in his heats. He had every trick in the book. He absolutely charged. And this score looked like it will come substantially under, so I'll sit here in the commentary booth and stay well away from the judges. But the fact that she held Isla off those two waves is the reason why she's still in first.
Yeah,
and,
so smart.
And it's just... Yeah, it's just to see her that sharp at this age is it's really impressive.
Nadavatar on your screens right now, trying to become the first Israel World Champion, is the first one to even try and battle for it, and Nat Laylor has been really the front runner of that the last few years. She's been such a talented competitor, had a big result over in Portugal on the Challenger Series. We'll see her again in Pipeline in a couple of weeks' time, but her fellow countryman Adav taking on Dane Henry. Isla having a paddle here, wasn't convinced paddling in, so she's going to need to make the most of it. Feels like it's going to have a good looking bowl, needs a 4.5. Got a connection, but it doesn't seem to jam as nicely as the last one. There's a 2-wave set here, this second one, with a nicer looking speed, a better looking pace to it. Bit of downtime, but great second jam for Sierra Kerr. And you can see she felt like that was her better wave as well there. So 2 waves, and you just noticed by the paddling of Isla, she hesitated going into that one.
Let's take another look on Sarah's last wave. He had a great moment. He loved the first time there, and then she did an amazing job to squares up in the finishing time there. So beautiful surfing from Sarah, and trying to get a bit of the 5.17, which I think it's going to be really close because it was a great 2-turn combo.
Bit of a psych up from Doof and Dane spotting the drone as well. Those two, like we mentioned, every single heat. What a team that they make. Can see, just not that really convinced paddling, Stace. That was the second, a lot of energy to get into that one too.
Yeah, I could understand why Isla's thinking like this, but she just looks like she's serving for a 4-5 at the moment. She knows she's sort of that one close score away from making the equation really hard for Sierra, but, that score going just above the 4.17, which seems peculiar, but nevertheless, it's not going to be there, and would expect Sierra at this point to be bettering on her situation after her last wave.
Yeah.
So 4.4 there for Isla, but not quite enough.
She's back out with priority, so this is good signs right now for Isla to try and get herself into the lead. We have a feeling that last wave for for Sierra is probably going to go into her top 2, but 4-4 coming super close to that last one for Isla. I agree, Stace. I like that second jam more on that 4.17. Maybe just had a bit of a nicer start, a little bit more energy to it. Sierra, though, just finding that momentum. It really does start to kind of just be feeding her way right now. Isla's trying to do anything to get it swinging back in her direction. Has the high mark of the heat so far. Caught behind here. Now she's got some room to work. That's a better looking opening turn, but no inside section. It's just, you can see how badly she wants it here. And you can feel it, the energy, the tension, it's starting to rise between these two, and especially for Isla. You can see how much it would mean for her to take it home.
Definitely it means a lot for, all the surfers to take the trophy home. And then on this one, she had a moment, great first, but unfortunately it had a weird shape of the wave, turned into the 2 waves. But unfortunate for her, but she's super hungry for the first place here. But she has a capability to get the scores 4-5, which is really small score for her now.
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare right now though, Sierra, just with her class of competition and just her decision making right now with priority. You really wouldn't want her to have first priority over. She's going to let Isla go down the line here. It's 1 jam in the pocket, maybe a little bit more down the line. So she's going to get some room to work. Isla Huppets chasing a 5-point ride. That last wave of Sierra, it's a 5.67. So this needs to be a flat 5. It got Marcus standing. He got excited about that one. Has to calm himself down, but he's clapping. He likes it. I understand why. Compared to that 4-4, I could see it going to the 5.
Yeah, amazing first turn. It was eye-catching. Little bit of drama. Like, she caught behind. Is she going to make it? Then was able to get the board up there nice and vertical. And then got a little bonus there at the end. Just a lovely ability to kind of unweight her board there through the lip. Throw as much spray as possible without any real speed. And then just some joinery work here through the inside. Again, working as hard as you could to get any kind of score out of this wave. But just the variety shown on what was available there. I think a job well done.
Note under priority as well. So she gets the score. You'd hate to hear that under priority. We think back to the round of 16, Talia Swindle, Vaihiti. It happened in that heat, but that turn there, it feels like a 5-point ride there, Di.
Yeah, I gotta say yes. It was one of the maneuver that Isla's been doing throughout the whole week. And then, I gotta say yes to the requirement. But that was a beautiful surfing from Isla.
Just a little bit on the heels from Sierra. Just the first mistake we've really seen from her in this entire 40-minute final. We're down to 3 minutes to go, so this heat is absolutely flying by. 5-point ride is what Isla's looking for on that last wave there. You can see Lennox not looking too phased, just ripping into burrito.
Those chicken wraps are great.
Never phased, really. Came super close to taking home the world title this year, but unfortunately he's going to leave with a 3rd place. Not unfortunately, it's a great result, 2 years in a row. We'll see him hopefully on the Challenger Series next year. He's currently ranked 2nd in the Oz region, so he's pretty close to getting there. Waiting for this number to lock in. We've got no indications at all of yet for what that number's going to be. You can see Sierra, she's trying to create a little bit of distance right now between the two. It'd be hard to know what to do if you're Isla in this sense.
It'd be hard to know what to do if you're a judge also, because you've got like 4 scores in that area and they're all completely different ways. You've got Isla's 4s are way different to Sierra's 5s. And it's going to be a tough decision. It almost feels like the longer they take to give it, it just sort of feels like, you know, maybe they're really, really second guessing themselves as to whether they think it is a requirement. And we all sit here and think it's a done deal, and there it is, a 5-5. But as you can see in the split, it was certainly a variety of opinions, which is what you'd expect in conditions like this. So with 2 minutes or under 2 minutes on the clock now, it's Isla's got to stay concentrated here. She can't be looking out the back. She's got it first priority. She's got it over Sierra Kerr. So you have to be razor sharp here with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I was just thinking that before. I was thinking you wouldn't know what to do with Isla, and then you look, she had first priority, and about 30 seconds ago, there's a lot of space between the two. First priority, 90 seconds to go with potentially a world junior title on the line with the lead. You are not giving your competitor an inch.
No, definitely, you know, Isla's going to just stick to Sierra. Wherever she goes, just, you know, Isla's going to just follow. That's the plan with the 90 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, we've already seen a heat be lost in the last 90 seconds already this morning when Dane Henry took down Lennox Smith. Look at Josh Kerr. He's trying to give hand signals. There may be some energy coming. 60 seconds on the clock right now. Isla hoping nothing rolls through. She's got priority here. This is really where it's going to start to test her competitive strategy and just how much knowledge she has on her side, because Sierra could outgame her in these next 50 seconds.
Yeah, you can already kind of see that from Isla. She almost looks like she doesn't know whether she wants to be on the inside or the outside, and the correct decision is where she is right now. She wants Sierra to make a decision first, which she sort of half did, and baited her into this wave here. So job well done there for Sierra.
Isla, quick little glimpse out the back. You wouldn't think that's going to improve too much. 6-1-8 the score for Sierra Kerr. 30 seconds on the clock. That's not going to be it. 20 seconds to go, so she needs something to roll through here if she wants to be a 2-times world junior champion. 15 seconds. She might find a little inside runner here. 10 seconds on the clock, but there's probably not 6 points on that. It could be the underdog story from Australia, Isla Huppatz. Could be. It is. Isla Huppatz is your world junior champion. She's taking it home. She has just become the best junior for this season, taking down Sierra Kerr, previous world junior champion. She's going to the Challenger Series, Di, and this is the biggest win of her career so far.
Wow, what a moment for her, and having a heat with the best friend and then good result, and straight into the CS event. This is a great result.
She looks like she can't believe it, Stacey.
No
as
chance.
You would be.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd take a while to sink in for sure. It's a massive title to win, and it's an amazing result. I know obviously she lives up on the Gold Coast now, but there'll be plenty of support back home in Victoria, all her friends and family, and the Torquay Board Riders Club, where she, I guess, would have learnt to surf and hone her craft. And it's a massive title, I think, particularly for Victoria. It's a massive surfing hub. It's the birthplace of all the brands that we all like and love, and it's a massive win for not only Australia but all the people she's close to.
Oh, it's so easy to put a smile on your face as well. It felt like Isla was probably the standout surfer of the event. You know, all the way back to that opening round, that 9-point ride, she carried that all the way through, and you can see just the swarm of people wanting to support her. Stella Green. But just straight to Dad. You know, that's the feeling that you wait for, because it's those guys and those people who really made this happen in the first place.
Well, yeah, and having a moment like this in front of her family, it's a great moment. You know, just like Stace mentioned, a lot of people watching live from Australia. It's a great support, and it's great. That's a great moment.
Just trying to get the flag all right. Trying to get it all ready. What a cool moment for Isla. She's one of the most humble competitors you'll come across as well. She's just absolutely cruising this. She's
Dad
waiting
forgot
for
the
a
hat.
hat.
That's what happened.
She's waiting for a hat.
Shouldn't be Dad's job. One of the friends should have got it. Come on.
Doing the right thing by the sponsors, though. She's trained in this, but yeah, how cool. What a run of this event so far. I mean, Isla, like we mentioned, came in. She had that really solid opening round heat. You think of Reed Van Wagener, Sierra Kerr, and she's just absolutely blitzed it. Vahiti Marahane Inso, she had to take down her. And now you can see just the chair up the beach. This is exactly what she's been looking for. Isla Huppert, your World Junior Champion. Really cool signs to see right now. A whole village taken to get her to this point in her career right now. We're going to go to a quick ad break as these guys celebrate her win. We'll be back with the men's final of the World Junior Champions. Don't go anywhere. One last heat of the event coming up.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chunks for small breeds like you. Small bone shaped kibbles para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansang manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Isla Huppert has just become our World Junior Champion for this season. She has looked so sharp for the entirety of the event, taken all the way back to that 9-point ride. She must be ecstatic, a lot of emotions running through her head. She's down on the glass with true styling.
Isla Huppert, your World Junior Champion. Congratulations.
Thank you. I can't believe it, to be honest. This is crazy.
It was a tricky heat. There was a lot of back and forth moments where you caught the wave, didn't quite get the score, but in the end you got it.
Yeah, we got a couple at the start. We both had, good starts with bigger scores, and then it just kind of went really grovelly, and I went a couple under priority, just hoping it would be something, give me any section. It kind of didn't really work out, and I was getting a bit rattled, but it's not over till it's over. And then last wave, I don't know, gave me one good section at the start, and then it just kind of fired me up, and I don't know what I was really turning on, but yeah, just got the score. Can't believe it.
Talk to me about how you felt as soon as that buzzer went.
Oh my gosh, when it was counting down 5 seconds ago, and I was like, there's no waves coming, I started to tear up. I just couldn't believe it. Just hit me all at once. And Sierra's one of my best mates, so she was so stoked for me, and I'm so glad I got to share a final with her. And obviously it was super grovelly, but we both still got some, so it was sick.
As well, being able to stand here and kind of feel your dad's energy on the beach too. As soon as you got that score, there was big cheers, the footy was thrown into the air. How special was it for you to come in and see your dad on the beach supporting you all the way?
Oh my gosh, I just walked straight and gave my dad a big hug, and he was in tears. He'd be proud. He last minute came on this trip, and he's just been supporting me so much. But yeah, I love my dad. He never really puts too much pressure on me or anything. He just enjoys being here, and so I'm glad I could just make him proud.
I know that you've made your whole family proud as well, Isla. I mean, let's just talk about your run throughout this whole event too. It's been a big week. There's been a lot going on. Coming into this final, Sierra's already won a World Junior title. For you, was that a big thing for you to kind of take a second one off her?
Honestly, Sierra's such an incredible surfer and one of my best mates. So I got my first heat with her, and I was like, oh, this could be fun, especially because there was good waves, and I think we all got a few, and it was I don't know, it was a bit of a fire up heat, I can do this. And then I just had a bit of a run, kept taking it heat by heat, and then had a big break, and then started up again today, and it was almost like a new little comp because conditions had changed so much. But yeah, I just took it heat by heat and did it.
Well, you got the job done. I know that you want to say some big thank yous and some big words of support to your family, your sisters, your mum, and everyone back at home supporting you.
Yeah, thanks to everyone back home watching. Thanks to all my family who supported me so much and just always been my biggest supporters, and my friends as well. And thanks obviously to all my sponsors who have got me here, Sharp Eye, Rip Curl, Boost, everyone, and Burley Board Riders as well. They've all helped me so much. So thank you guys all heaps.
There we have it. Your 2025 WSL World Junior Champion, Isla Huppert. Congratulations. We'll send you back to the men's.
Yeah, you could hear a little bit of emotion in her voice there. Thank you, True. No. Well, pretty cool though. Big moment in her career. We've got another champion to crown here this afternoon. Dane Henry taking on Nadav Attar. Paul, we didn't get to chat to you through the women's final, but what a cool moment.
An unbelievable moment. You can see the emotion coming out. It's going to take a little while to sink in as well, isn't it? She's had quite a while to think about this heat, but yeah, you hope and you visualise and you try and imagine getting it done, but when you actually hear your name read out, that's got to be an incredible feeling.
Yeah, Dane Henry already getting this final underway. 3-point ride to start off. He's on a small looking wave there, so you can see immediately plan changed. He's dropped in weight for a really long time in that last one. You can see right now catching a lot of waves, but we're having a shift from Nadav. He's starting to sit and wait, so you can see obviously Duffy's got in the year of Dane here, Stacey, and said, all right, it's time to start creating magic.
I think with 40 minutes, you can almost surf 2 heats. You can spend 20 minutes going ballistic and trying to ride any kind of thing that comes your way. And if that doesn't work, maybe look to switch it up. Or if that works, just kind of keep powering and be a bit like a boa constrictor. Just make it impossible for your competitor to move, especially if you're Dane Henry. He's got all the tricks in the book.
Pretty cool to see these two women on our screen, still just the best of mates. Obviously, a lot of support coming from the family here. You can see that, right? Well, look at that moment. Both of them getting hugs from their dads there. And it's just such a great moment for their career. And it feels like there'll be a lot more finals where these two are going to come up against each other and battle it out for big results. But to have spent their entirety of their junior careers and to come to this moment, I mean, it would be just as special for Sierra to see her friend achieve her her biggest career achievement right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice and everything, but she gave her the wave. I mean, that was a gift, wasn't it? And at some point, it's cool to be happy for your friends, but it's a world title decision, and it was a massive mistake, and that's going to sting.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with Jess. I think tomorrow it'll be nice to look back on some nice photos, but today that's going to be hurting. It's going to be hurting a lot. It just, as Sierra knows, she's in a realm of her own where no one is at this junior level going to come close to her achievements. And 2-time World Junior Champion was definitely something she had her eyes on. So to let it slide, that's got a sting. I think she's putting on a brave face right now, and it's fine for it to hurt. That's why you do these competitions. That's why you invest so much time into doing it. And if she wants to have a moment now or later or whenever in the future, that's absolutely fine, because the effort that goes into it, it's what goes up sometimes must sort of come down.
I feel like it'd be bittersweet. I feel like if you're an 18-year-old female, there's like a little woohoo moment in there for your friend, but for sure, it definitely would sting. And like you did say, Paul, it was a mistake, but yeah, she's got a really long list of achievements for Sierra, just like Dane. I guess it's kind of the story in this final. Dane's got this really long list of achievements that has kind of come in the last 12 months. ISA World Junior Champ and then ISA Gold Medalist, having a big WSL result. He doesn't have that yet. So this would potentially be the biggest moment of his career.
Yeah, are we seeing potentially a day of upsets here? I mean, Isla, obviously, she had a lot of form with her. She got that massive 9 early on. But just in terms of the stature of the surfer and events like this one, already won an upset in that final.
This is a underdog final
Winter Vincent
for us.
at the end of that heat with 2 points on the board,
Yeah.
punching his board as hard as he could. Are we seeing? Is something happening here?
I think no matter what way this one goes, I think it will be an upset, because Winter just looked leaps and bounds ahead of everyone, not taking anything away from these two surfers in particular, but Winter's points and just how he looked on waves that he wasn't even counting in his totals, he looked absolutely red hot. So I think that was a big surprise to see him bow out for sure. But that was then, and here we are.
Yeah, we've already talked about the difference in getting that quicker start from Dane Henry. He got lucky in that semi, didn't he, really? There was sort of a couple of moments that one by getting the big 7 and getting that number, which could have maybe had him at half a point less on it.
Create your own luck, though, Paul. If he had sat where he was and he didn't move like I said to do, he would have lost. So thank heavens he didn't listen to me.
It's obviously his approach is to not leave things down for chance in this one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but it's good to get a quick start, but it's got to be meaningful, and we can see the intention here at the moment. But neither of these two scores that he's holding will be there at the end. You can guarantee that. But I think what he can take from these even little moments is he knows his board is just feeling as good as ever, and even on some pretty inferior waves, even by today's standards, he's still looking lightning fast. So Yeah, time to really put a score on the board though. If that's gonna be your strategy to try and get going early, you want it to try and put some sort of pressure back on your competitor. He hasn't quite done that yet.
No, I agree. I agree with both of you. I think Winter was leaps.
No, disagree with one of us at
no,
least.
I'm about to.
Oh, good.
I'm about
Sorry.
to. Don't worry about it.
Paul, I was going to say.
Yeah. Disagree with Paul, not me. No, Winter was leaps and bounds ahead, and even just the amount of speed he was surfing with too. But as far as that women's final went, obviously, as far as platform and personality in the sports, Isla was the underdog. But I think as far as performance, in this event especially, I actually think Sierra was probably the underdog in that final. I think Isla had outperformed her this event, so I actually think that went the way it should have gone when you look at a whole. Obviously, Sierra putting up incredible performances, but I do think Isla was that standout woman. So in this one, this is a full underdog. I do agree. This kind of final, I thought Lennox might have got Dane in that semi, and then I thought Winter was going to get Nadav. And
who's the underdog in the Dane Lennox semi?
I thought maybe Dane was.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because I thought Lennox was probably... Dane was looking super sharp, but he was kind of sitting in second gear. I thought Lennox was just full force the whole way. But, you know, it's now or never. We've already 10 minutes down. Dane, Nadav, one of them is going to be our World Juniors. It's very exciting. You could see, I saw JR Esquivel on the screen before, one of Filipino's finest. He's down on the beach along with True Starling.
Oh, thank you, Jessie.
Felt weird calling True by a full name.
Yeah.
Why? True's taken away.
Thank you, Jessie Starling. Paul Evans and Stacey Galbraith. No, I'm down here on the beach now. Obviously, Isla Harpert's just winning a World Junior title. That was huge. Her dad had a few tears. There was a few moments of emotions really coming through. And then I just went up and I was having a chat with Adam Dufner, Dane's coach, and talking to Dane's mum, Kiri. Ended up walking away from that in tears as well because the emotions are so high right now. Obviously, it's a World Junior title. Everyone wants to be the winner of this event and take home that trophy. I know that Nadav's family, they're laser focused. They have so much kind of great kind of communication between the whole group of them. There's so much amazing support. Nadav's coach is here as well, Alex. I just feel like right now this final it's huge. I think, you know, Nadav, we were all expecting Winter to be in this final, and Nadav really shone. I feel like this whole event he's been getting better and better. But it's just been a little bit slow. It feels like they're kind of both just playing with each other right now instead of doing a little bit of surfing. So hopefully there's a couple more waves rolling through. There's still 30 minutes to go, so plenty of time.
Just to circle back, did you cry?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. I just needed to get clarification on that.
Well, I
Love
went
that
up
for
there
you.
trying to, you know, bring the energy in the fives, and I was like, woo, let's go. And, yeah, Kiri was emotional, Duffy was emotional, and then I walked out of there in tears, and I was like, okay, I need to wrap this up.
What are you going to do when someone actually wins this thing, True?
Yeah, probably cry, I think.
Can't wait.
I know, so bad.
True's post-sea interview. How was it?
I think it could end up like that, you know. You just never know how it's going to roll. But, I mean, both Dane and Nadav, they've been on fire this whole event. So I think it's a really evenly matched final, and I feel like it's really anyone's heat this heat.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks, Boots.
Thank you,
Nadav
guys.
up and riding on his first wave of this one so far. Solid second turn. Most spice we've seen all morning there. Nadav with Dane right behind him, starting to flare up himself. This is a good-looking inside bowl here. That's that trademark snap he's got. Really throws that arm back into it. Looking to try and solidify this one with a better-looking end turn than Nadav, and I feel like he got that. Finished that wave with a good amount of pace and spray. Stacey would have liked the finishing of that one.
Yeah, this was a nice wave here from Dano. Good to see him sort of relax that first turn and let the rail glide around. Then he really sticks the back foot into that turn there, giving it everything he can, and just a bit of joinery to get to the end of this wave and put the bow on it, as they say. You really don't want to fall off at this point, and he definitely did not do that, and a well-surfed wave there.
Quite a good time to catch that wave as well, when it just coming immediately after Nadav. Just after we watched that ride, and we're thinking, okay, well, the opening, how long have we had? 12 minutes nearly of this heat has gone with Nadav Attar, but then Dan Henry on one straight away. So this one's going to be evenly poised. Just thinking about temperament from Nadav Attar, and I guess when there's less waves out in the water and, you know, you are getting these lulls, we're going to start to think about stuff like that. How's the way throughout this contest today as well, and the way that semi went? But just right, he hasn't been overawed by the occasion at any point. He's won heats, and his interviews, he's not, doesn't look blown away by his achievement. I reckon he's confident.
Yeah, big time. What do you think of this one, Paul?
First term's really impressive. He just kind of wipes that spray. Didn't quite get the finish he would have been hoping for. You're thinking one more there and he's well on his way, but he's back at it.
Yeah, he's up and riding again. He's got this really cool speed and whip off that back foot. That's a better looking end turn. A bit of a look back to the beach there. So there's that temperament, maybe starting to ooze a little bit of confidence at this point. He's really starting to pick up that pace again. But like you mentioned, he's just kind of stays really consistent.
Major dark horse energy manifesting, isn't it, with the Davatar at the moment. He looks like he is bang up for this encounter. He won't mind not having the hype. He's earned his spot to be here in the final, the way he's competed. He's had a few occasions that have gone his way as well, but just the way he's held his composure together throughout heats, this is good, but you've got to do it on the wave, really, haven't you? And there's a reason why he's in the final right now and in pretty marginal conditions. To be able to squeeze this much juice out of some quite low energy surf, a little click and a little look at the panel as well. I love it.
Is this the best wave we've seen today?
Yeah, I was going to say, I really liked this wave.
And just the tempo at the start of that wave, just to be able to kind of really, I think carving when the wave is this height is the hardest thing you can do. These turns, if the section's there, with how talented these surfers are, sort of come pretty easily. But to sort of see that variety in all of his surfing on a wave that size is, very impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, great time for that wave to come through as well. Obviously, this is the last heat of the event so far, but Nadav, he's just been this real element of surprise for the entirety of this event. And I think this would be, you could see Dane, you'd have to think, as far as we're talking dark, he'd be that big name in this and probably a really consistent surfer, but Nadav has ruffled feathers the entirety of the wave through. We've got three big scores really to lock in for all of these guys. Nadav's previous to last of 4.67, so kind of sitting in that mid-range. You got to think maybe at least 2 points better on that last one, Stace.
Yeah, well, this next exchange, you see the judges taking their time here, and rightly so. There's still plenty of time left on the clock. Strategy not super important at this point. It's just kind of use priority and put yourself back on the next best wave. But so the judge's job here is to just set that scale. We've actually seen two really impressive rides here from Dane. So there's Dane's score, 6.67, and now I think we can sort of make adjustments as to where we see this wave Nadar go, which I think it will be above.
Yeah, but at least it's definitely the best wave of the day. You nailed that one, Stace. I think just that speed, the variety, everything that we saw from Nadav was super impressive. These guys obviously, Nadav being that real new name to the World Juniors this year, Dane being that little bit more established, but I think just even being that person, you start as a fan to really connect with that kind of underdog and start to, like, deep down really go for those surfers that are coming through and being like, I've never heard of this guy, but I'm a big fan of his surfing.
Pretty good scenes up there in the treehouse.
It's been quite the spot up there. Everyone's been loving it. Obviously, then we've got the Europeans that have kind of parked up just to the left of them at the moment. We've had that big Basque flag flying. Obviously, Yanire got super close. Those guys, a lot of these guys going straight over to Pipeline, but Dane and Nadav, this is their one goal. This is their one focus to really hoist that trophy up, Paul.
It's not been a great event for the Euros overall, has it? They're keeping a slightly lower profile, understandably, at the moment. I think Jana would be bitterly disappointed. She had a couple of wobbly heats even coming into today, which didn't look super convincing, and definitely Australia's day for the women, but maybe not for the men. We'll see.
Nadav looking to add a couple more points to the board, so he's going to want to drop that 4.67. This is the wave that he's going to try and do it on. Nothing much happening so far. Comes on that inside. It's a nice check snap, but it's not going to be it. Dane straight behind him again. It's always 1-2 with these guys. Can see he's just carrying speed really nicely from start to finish. That board looking sharp gives a bit of a claim back to beach as well, so he's starting to feel that energy. It feels like these guys are also trying to sell it to the beach as well. There's almost this salesman aspect that's going down.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of that, and I think also just a bit of relief as well, a little bit of outpouring of emotion and all of that tension. You're sitting in the lineup, you don't get a chance to get any sort of outlet at all. When you surf a wave and Link turns together, it's not so much that his mind's blown. I mean, it'd be one of the smallest and kind of worst waves he's ever claimed in his life, but I think there's just emotion coming out.
Wow, how's the speed down the line? A little air reverse to start there as he brings this one through. And the length of ride here and the variety of different turns is definitely going to have the judges very interested. And I think that we'll be very pleased to hear that Nadav's last score was only a 6.73, so slightly better. And now with this wave here, Dane's well and truly in the box seat in the final after this wave.
Yeah, only needing a 4.74 here. Pretty interesting, that one, Paul. What do you make of that? There was only 0.6 separating Dane's 6.67 to Nadav's 6.73.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to sound implausible from me, but you're just going to have to trust me. I didn't get quite as excited as you guys watching the replay as that. I wasn't as convinced that it was quite where you guys thought it was going. I thought it was nice. I didn't see 8s there. I thought, yeah, so I'm not actually although then I thought, well, maybe I got this wrong, but
no. Well, the judges know. They always do. They're leaving room for stuff like this. It's the variety of turns on this wave.
Yeah, I mean, we're debating numbers here in terms of scores, but just think about the way this one's gone, and the women's final as well. It's busy. We're seeing exchanges go down. We're seeing a lot more energy. It's kind of pulsing, and you have to kind of say, well done to hold off to try and get the final in the best conditions. This is the stage of the tide where you get to a little bit more of that energy come up, and we're seeing it here, and it was clean this morning in small, and we waited and waited, and you're thinking, wind's come up now. Now it's small and onshore, and we're kind of vindicating that decision right now with the final seeing relatively kind of pumping conditions for the day.
Well, it was flat this morning, wasn't it?
It was dead flat this morning. You're bang on, Paul, though. Like it's the best conditions we've seen all day. Particularly that 6.73 and that 6.67, just the pace that those waves had, and they were up an entire wave. They weren't kind of broken up. Even we saw a lot of broken up waves go down in that women's final. We're only halfway down, though, in this heat. I'm really intrigued to see where this last wave of Dane is going to roll through at a 4.74. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw kind of a reset as far as scores go by this heat rolls through. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them edge further ahead of what is already in the scoreline.
Well, they're certainly building momentum, aren't they? And if Paul's prediction comes through, it's going to keep pulsing. And we could be in for just an absolute whiz-bang finish.
Really like the way this one's set up, right? Midway point in it. Where are we now? You're thinking Dane Henry's had a bit more of the action, but they're pretty well poised. Looks like they're just having a little friendly chat at the moment as well. I love the way this one's set up. And again, if you think about the sort of form guide overall, you kind of expect maybe Dane just to have a little bit more of an advantage at this stage. But the momentum is with him so far. But I tell you what, Nadav is in a pretty good spot.
Dane swinging again here, so he's going to drop another pretty looking hefty score. He wants to keep building on these numbers here. A lot of speed building up down the line. He wants to go to the air here. He's going to get the chance to. Doesn't get the completion, though. So Dane, he doesn't get that finish, but he's going to like the sounds of this next score starting to roll through. It's a pretty solid number, a 7-point ride for that last wave of Dane Henry. So you'd say for 7 points, a little look back to the beach. It was a small looking wave, but I just think the start of that previous to last wave Stacey, it kind of had to go there just with the technicality of it.
Yeah, definitely the point of difference. Like, I haven't seen, I don't think, any waves start this week, with that reverse manoeuvre. So I think the most impressive thing about it, though, was the speed. I think he'd sort of generated enough speed to kind of pick any turn he wanted to do at full gumption, and he chose the reverse, which is certainly a move we've known him for. And then, this wave here, again, must feel nice to go that fast on a wave like that. And he would have been hoping to get a bit more out of this ramp here, but unfortunately doesn't get the air done that he was hoping to. I don't think it's a big issue that he fell there. I don't think he would have betted with that one anyway.
Yeah, so now he leaves Nadav needing a 6.95. Stace, I love going through just your brain, really, your encyclopedia of surfing. Any World Juniors that really stand out to you that have just been favourites so far?
Like over the years of the competition ever running? Yeah, I guess it all comes down to waves. I think at the end of the day, as surfers, you just want to see, conditions that sort of replicate maybe something that your local beach wouldn't produce. And I think the 2013 Karamis event was pretty cooking.
Sick.
Lads and the ladies were getting spat out of blowing up tubes, and that was just a fun event to watch.
Oh, who won that year?
You could probably take a guess.
Jack Freestone.
Jack Freestone. But I think that was just a great event for surfing. Funnily enough, the final actually looked like this. But up until that point, it was well and truly cooking.
Paul?
What was the question again?
Any standouts of the World Juniors over the years for you?
Actually, I'm going to have to correct myself there. 2011 was cooking. 2013 was just fun. But
Okay.
I think that's what it comes down to for me. It's just quality of the waves. And the same answer goes for that year too, just in case you were wondering.
Jack Freestone.
Jack Freestone.
Copy that.
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of mirror your sort of bias in a way, but Portugal, in terms of an upset, Italo and Vasco. Yeah, in terms of an upset, and I think the upsets. I mean, we've been chatting about this for today. But
is that really an upset though? At Ribeira de El Has, Vasco Ribeiro v Italo Ferreira? No, I do not think so. No way. No.
I was surprised.
Were you?
Yeah, my money's with Italo.
Was it?
It's been an event where you see surfers that maybe kind of got out of traps a little bit early, already got qualification done, already made sort of global names for themselves.
For sure.
And then there's even a conversation: do I even go and do it? You know, is this something? Is this what I want to do? So there is that sort of almost like that two-tier element to it, and I just think it's real interesting to see a chance. Maybe some of those surfers that haven't their career, they would have known about their peers from a very young age, and then maybe one career takes off and qualification comes early, and the other one's kind of still trying to get there, and maybe a chance to kind of even things up. And I think some of those storylines, some of those rivalries, that's what makes it really entertaining, aside from, of course, just the action that we're getting, which obviously depends on conditions.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's an interesting point. You're going back to a tour that you, on paper, should dominate because you're already in the big leagues. But, you know, guess if you want to be the real champ, you got to take the fight.
And that's kind of part of the point I was making about Sierra Kern. I think how disappointed she's going to be when she looks back on this, because a chance to get another one done. And you think about, you know, who's coming onto the CT next year, and bringing the conversation to Tia Zabrowski, and she's still so young and on that tour already, and just a chance. And Sierra Kerr, that energy was very much kind of with her, like at a really young age. You're like, this is someone truly generational. She's kind of doing stuff that we haven't really seen done this consistently, and particularly not just the airs and stuff, but in the bigger waves. Obviously, it's not what we got here today, but I think this would have been a great one for her. Think about Luana Silva and what she was able to do last year. And this is a cool trophy to have as well, right? Like, cool, I'm a world champion, wicked. But it was actually more meaningful than that in other ways for her, because she struggled, right? On the tour, she's always been on the cusp of kind of getting cut, and it's been marginal for her ever since she got there. She got there really early. It was a different surfer we saw last year, and all of that confidence from getting this win, aside from just having the trophy next to your name, it actually really helped her go from being on the cusp to actually going, I deserve to be here, and you saw that in the performances.
Yeah, 2 finals. Well, if we're going to touch on that, how do you see that heat from Winter Vincent carry on through to the pipeline? Is it struggle street? Is that getting stuck in his head?
I don't think so, no. I think particularly as well, the kind of good thing about losing today, you look at the conditions and go, you know what? It was really small. It was kind of anyone's, and I think you just put it down to that.
Okay, beautiful. Love that. Dane Henry trying to make it his this year to become the World Junior Champion. Needs to hold on for 14 more minutes. Goes to the air here for Dane Henry. It wouldn't be a heat if we didn't see him do it at least 2 or 3 times right now. Don't really see that going past that 6.67, but I feel like just trying to outperform and outsurf Nadav Atar right now, Stace.
Yeah, and just trying to keep the wheels moving. It's not a very long paddle back out, so he can look to roll the dice on a few waves. And then also, too, just sort of tempt the judges. You know, what did you think of that? And, you know, maybe if he is in a position where he needs a score later in this heat, he can kind of use that information. I'd suspect they're not going to like it as much as the 6.67, but, hey, you might as well try and see what they're feeling, see what they like at the moment. He went fast. He did an air, but we'll wait and see where the scores sort of end up, and he either is going to improve his score or he's going to know, hey, they want more out of me.
Yeah, so Dane, 7-point ride. It really is putting him in a nice looking position right now. 6.67 as that backup. It's not feeling like that last wave score is going to go into that top 2 as far as requirements here. But like you mentioned, it's got to feel nice, Stace, to go fast on these waves and at least do something.
Yeah, pretty cool little floater there. Very Mick Fanning-esque. Zing. And yeah, nice combo of manoeuvres, but only a 5.1. So Dane will understand that. He can't improve if he just keeps doing that, and he can't dig himself out of trouble because he's already got 2 pretty good scores on the board. So I think he's going to sort of just look to get back in that good wave rhythm out the back. It's extremely hard to try and surf a wave up into a score out here, even as someone as good as Dane Henry is.
Yeah, he's going to have another swing again, so you can see just that strategy of trying to keep catching waves. It's rolling on through to the end of this heat here. That's another air for Dane, so air reverse again. Hoping to get a little bit more down the line, that 5-1 for that last one. Feels like he's probably going to be stuck in that same world pool just with those 1 manoeuvres, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's feeling the energy, though, and definitely, his strategy coming into this is just, the opposite, basically, of what he did in his semi, other than win. But he's all over covering everything. Sometimes we put that down to strategy. It's kind of to do with just who's got the priority. I mean, if it's just happened to be the other way around, we'd see something else entirely. But, staying in motion, it's a good place to be, isn't it? It's small out there. It's pretty marginal. You're finding speed all the time. You're just feeling your confidence rocket. And you can kind of set yourself up for a score later in the heat, I feel, as well. You get these kind of waves and you go, all right, quick turn down the line. Just clicks an air reverse. But you get a bigger one and do it later, and it's quite easy for the judges then to get a bit excited and really open up the scale.
Topic change. Do you feel like, and this is for both of you, but I'll start with you, Paul. Do you feel like the level and the talent and just I feel like the competitive smartness that we're seeing from the World Juniors over the last couple of years is an improvement on those early days of the World Juniors? Are we seeing that continual increase in our junior surfing?
It's a bit of a different one because we just see a lot more of them these days. I think maybe going back a while, we didn't see so much. It wasn't every event. There wasn't so much broadcast, so we didn't get a chance to see so much of everybody. Definitely didn't see their Insta all the time, so we kind of weren't as familiar. So with a lot of people, you were kind of discovering a bit more about them. There's a bit of hindsight involved as well. You look back and people that go on to be, Kelly Slater. You think about I think a long time ago he surfed with Shane Dorian at Narrabeen in a World Junior final. So, you're talking about kind of 2 pretty incredible surfers. I think that was the final was quite small. I think they might even surf switch on their first wave. So they were having a bit of fun with it. And it's always been that event. It's if you're a big name and you don't get it done, it's not. It's just another contest. But if you maybe aren't a surfer with that kind of hype, it's a major opportunity to put your hands up. At the same time, I've seen some people win them and kind of not do much after that. So, it's a good feather to have in your cap, but it's not necessarily foretelling glory later on in your career.
You think of Mick Fanning. He never won one, was one of the greatest of our sports as well. Stace, what's your thought on that?
Well, we used to compete a lot more. So I would say the smarts, to answer your question, aren't at the level that they used to be. But I do agree with everything Paul said. The broadcasts these days are amazing. I mean, look at this. We got HD. We could almost lip read this conversation that's going on out here. That was never a thing.
Go, give us your best shot.
No. I mean, yeah, not too sure. But, yeah, you're ripping, Dane, but wait till I get my next one. But, yeah, I definitely think the juniors aren't competing as much as what they used to. There used to be so many pro juniors in Australia, like upwards of 12 events in a year, So, yeah, I think that it is important to kind of make sure those competitive smarts are there.
With your coach's cap on, do you like to see this? If you're in the Davatar's corner,
yeah.
he's got some work to do. He's very much still in the heat. 6.95, totally doable. Do you like this smiles and fun and playing nice boys out there?
100%. If that's your thing, then 100%. What you don't like to see as a coach is someone try to do someone else's thing. Then that quite often never works. Like, I don't know, for example, try and make Michel Perez angry or ruffle his feathers. That just makes him a better surfer. So you're better off just not engaging. And there's plenty of surfers like that as well that use that fuel. Whereas, hey, if you feel like having a chat and there's not much going on, why not? If that's in your nature. it's almost harder to not do it, I feel, than not, if that's just your thing.
Well, I find it interesting more in the sense of Dane Henry, because it's not very often you see him talking to people in a heat. So I'm like, is this a switch off moment? You know what I mean? Is this okay? Oh, I've won this. I'll just have a chat to my competitor now, because like you mentioned, Paul, 6.95, it's really nothing in the scheme of things. So yeah, I'm interested for both, because Nadav just seems like a chatty guy. He loves to chat. He's always got great intel on his post-heat interviews. Seems like this really cool character. But Dane's this really locked-in athlete. So I think I'd be more nervous if I was in Dane's corner. Don't you think, seeing him
Tell him to reel it in a bit. I mean, Dane's pretty chatty outside of a jersey for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, you're right. When he gets in the jersey, he goes into cyborg mode. But hey, yeah, that's maybe they're both, like Paul mentioned, at this point, it's also a bit of relief. You've surfed every heat in the final. You've made it to this point. So yeah, I think they both want the same thing right now, though. They'd both prefer to not be talking.
In terms of talent from your region, you guys, you kind of spoiled for choice. How destined for greatness? What kind of glory are we expecting as kind of Dane Henry? Where's he going to go?
He can go as far as he wants to, really.
Yeah,
but I think like Mick Fanning or someone like that, you think about
that's
him
what I
back
was
in the
thinking.
era. Like Mick worked really hard at his weaknesses, and I think in the last 2 or 3 years we've seen Dane go from strength to strength in areas like this where we know he's strong. And you could use this same sentence about any surfer, really. The perfect example for us in Australia was Jack Robinson and Ethan Ewing. And they've both ended up at the same point, essentially getting the same results. Jack's had a few more moments on top of the podium with CT wins, but as far as finishing higher in the world, Ethan's finished higher once before, second in the world. Jack's only ever finished, I believe, 4th or 5th. So, and if you look at their strengths, they were both very strong at the opposite skill sets. So, yeah, Dane could go as far as he wants to, as we see some good replays here from this heat and some real good surfing. But getting back to why I think I like this wave, it's just that combination of the first 2 turns there. Nadav's not as fast as Dane, but he is putting the board in some really good areas and using all of his rail on these waves and then getting the nice finishes. But we're reviewing this on a very cropped-in view, and the judges are getting a much more expansive view of the lineup. So his rides might not look as sort of dynamic in 3D.
Just going back on that Dane thing, I do really think he's probably based himself off Mick Fanning as well. And I think Mick, as far as our sport goes, I think he's probably the ultimate role model, because he's a world champion and he's also gone on to have a really expansive career past competitive surfing. You see a lot of guys maybe not get as much as a career as him, but I think as far as like a personality goes and an athlete goes, he worked hard. He had to work through a lot of adversity as well. Had so much just respect from the entire community, and then has gone on to be this really incredible just worksman, really. So I think Dane's really based himself off Mick, and I think a lot of young guys around the world are probably going to look to do the same. I know Nadavi's just worked with Andy King, who's this incredible coach out of Australia as well. So to have so many people internationally in your corner for both of these guys, you'd have to think that a long, successful career, it's definitely not out of the question for both of them.
What about you, Paul? You just did the World Grom Search titles there out front of your joint. Out front, the gaff. Who surprised you there?
I mean, again, like without risk sounding slightly repetitive, the Aussies were just unbelievable. The amount of talent they brought to that, and just sort of how kind of professional they were at a very young age. About being on the other side of the world. Loki Cullen was really impressive.
Yeah, he is.
And just a bit of personality about them as well. I mean, it definitely wasn't summertime. It was kind of cold. It was sort of,
So you got to see some drip.
Yeah, a bit of that, and I just thought the way they kind of were able to have sort of fun in between, and then really knuckle down. The young Brazilian in that, there was a little tiny kid out of Brazil.
Goofy footer.
He was amazing, mate. I mean, he looked about 10. Like, obviously, development happens at different stages for different people, but he looked so little. He was so impressive as well. Sometimes you can, maybe put a little bit too much on, particularly at that kind of age group level as well, like the real youngsters. At the same time, you could see people and you go, there's no way this person's not going to become a major surf star.
3.5 on the clock here. Dane Henry's got one hand on the trophy, wouldn't you say?
Oh, he's so close, definitely. That 7-point ride, 667. I mean, it just having that total, it's definitely what he's looking for. He's still got the chirp going out there, though, still chatting away. Maybe they're going to become best mates by the end of this heat. Nadav, a 695. Looking back to that 467, though, Stace, I mean, like you mentioned, the judges have a really expansive view, but just how fast and whippy he's surfing, I really do think that 2 turns could do a 695.
Oh, big time. Yeah, if he gets the right wave, just getting back to Dane though and still looking chirpy. He's chirping from the inside now and not the outside.
Yeah,
so there is
smart.
definitely a strategical difference there in that, and that he wants to make Nadav make a decision and potentially pull him off his lineup, which we've seen everyone sitting sort of a bit wider today. Dane was sort of the only one that had the luck to go a bit further up. So Dane is at a good position here to kind of drag him into no man's land if they go a bit further up. But Nadav knows where he wants to be. He can sort of use that wave as an indicator, and there looks like there's a few waves in this set.
Yeah, Nadav sitting with priority as well. So 695, exactly the number that he's chasing down. Dane Henry's going to make him think here, and he's going to paddle in here. Got some speed to work with at the start. Floats, but needs some more wall, and it's a mistake there. Just a little bit out time to that first section there, Paul.
There's one moment on that paddle in, as our drone shot looked in, you could almost see Dane Henry's kind of slightly evil mind just going, selling the wave. He was looking right at Nadav target. I'm paddling, are you going to go? And like, I don't know, just at that moment, without even seeing the rest of the wave, I was thinking, this is a dud here. He doesn't really want this, and well played.
I tell you what, there's nothing worse than second guessing with having the person who's winning the heat on your inside going, don't I go this? I'm not going to lie, I've had a moment with a certain someone sitting next to me whose name might start with S, and it was just a fun comp as well.
Oh, yeah,
that's
right.
Paddle battle, and he was going, you going, Jess? You going? And I was like, I really don't know what to do.
You're making me sound like a monster here.
You are a monster. You're a bully. No, I'm kidding.
I'll wear it with pride. Well, get you ready for situations like this, doesn't it, Jess, eh?
Yeah, I'm retired
Better than
now.
the local charity comp than at a World Junior title, and you make a decision like that. But I think that wave didn't look too bad. He didn't get in as well as he wanted to. And I think Dane actually did well to kind of drag him a bit deeper than where he was. They did move up a little bit. And the chat's still continuing here, but it's something along the lines of, how was that last one, mate?
Yeah, why'd you go that one? Didn't quite have the wall, did it? But we're under this last minute here, and I actually feel like the chirp, it's gone quite quiet out to sea there. Dane really hoping that no more options come through, but even if it does, priority to Dane. I mean, we saw Sierra lose it with first priority in that last one, but just with where Dane's sitting right now, the little evil that you were talking about there, Paul, it feels like it's pretty much his at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's played pretty much a blinder throughout this heat as well at the beginning, just being busy on kind of nothing waves, sort of range finders, wasn't it? Smaller numbers, and then all of the crucial moments, he's really won them, hasn't he? He's been busy when he's needed to be. A little bit of fortune from just the way the priority has rolled out, but he's just been class, really, hasn't he? He's been quality, and he's good value, and he's going to be a world champ.
He's just turned into this absolute machine, this really consistent competitor. You can see right now, though, this is the moment. It is Dane Henry. He is your 2025 World Junior Champion. Adam Dufner loving it on the beach there. Great sportsmanship between these two, but Dane, he was destined for this. He was destined to be a WSL World Junior Champion, and it's no surprise there, Stace.
Yeah, it's been a big week for these guys. They come in early. Dane did in particular. He's been here for a week before everyone else, and you can see the elation there, and rightly so. That's got to be one of the best feelings in the world. Well done, Dane.
Yeah, Dane, he's just been so sharp, and he's played the game so well. Adam Dufner straight to him. Those two, an incredible team there. They've gone from ISA World Junior Champion to ISA gold medalist to now World Junior Champion for the WSL. This is the ultimate dream team between these two.
They are on fire. It's a great track record you mentioned there, Jess. Some massive accolades, and this one will sit proudly atop of the shelf there for Dane.
Incredible run, though, for Nadav Attar. I mean, what a moment for his career. This has to be a career highlight for him.
Oh, big time. Yeah, like you said, relatively unknown up until this event, and runner-up to the World Junior title for the 2025 season. He should hold his head proud.
Mum Kiri there, she would be so stoked. 2 Aussies taking home the trophy this year. Isla Huppert's passing that flag over, but it feels right, doesn't it? Just with the work that he's been putting in, you chat to Coach Jared Tatiri back at home, he says he's just kind of turned into this training machine.
Yep.
And I love when you see a story of hard work pays off.
Yeah, big time. And the talent too, as we see here. Great scenes from the ocean. What a chair.
Yeah, Dane Henry, so well deserved to be the champion here at the WSL World Juniors. Just flying that flag with so much pride, so much joy. You can see Lucas Skinner there as well, one of his best mates getting to cheer him up the beach. And it makes so much sense. Straight to the podium.
Oh, absolutely. Don't want to get those feet getting sandy.
Yeah, what a moment for Dano. You'd have to think maybe the moment.
For sure. I mean, it just keeps rolling, right? When you win those events that he's won, that was then and this is now, and this was the latest sort of event that he had to conquer. And you're right, he did seem destined for this, and he certainly had some moments this week where I'm sure he's thought, okay, I could be doing a bit better, and then he's made the updates, he's made the board changes, and he's made the adjustments, and he's found himself come out on top.
Now,
that was a long way to win.
Someone get some tissues for True, because I know that she's going to be starting to get a little bit emotional here. Boots,
Don't
take
cry.
it away.
Oh my goodness, Jessie, I've already shed some tears because what an incredible performance. Dane Henry, World Junior Champion.
That's how we do it!
Oh my goodness, what an incredible week it's been, Dane. I mean, it's been full of emotions, full of so much going on, but you got there in the end.
Oh, it's been a crazy week. The waves didn't show up. Had a lot of I don't even know. It's been a massive week. Feels like I've been here for about a month. I want to say a massive thanks to my coach Adam Dufner. Been training with him for 10 years. Honestly, wouldn't be able to be here without him. It's been special sharing this moment with just us and my beautiful mother, Kiri Henry. She's the best mum on the planet. True knows that. And my circle's so good right now, and I'm over the moon.
I'm crying. I mean, Dane, it's been so incredible to watch your performances through the WSL, the ISA, and so much more. I mean, to be here is such an incredible achievement, and we know that there's more to come for you as well.
Yeah, it's just the beginning. It's been a lot of big Aussie names to win this comp, and this is one to tick off for me. I've been dreaming of this for a long time, and watching Bronson win it last year, and draw inspiration from that, and just everything's kind of led to this moment. But I know it's just the beginning, and to make that changa, lift the weight off the shoulders for the last two Kiwis, and to share the final with Nadav. He's an absolute legend. Honestly, wouldn't want to share it with anyone else. We were just chatting out there, and it was like no other final I've been in. It was really special to share that moment with him, and super sick to see him do so well, coming from a super underdog to getting second in the event. It was mental to see that happen, and yeah, it's good to be on top though. Really glad.
What was actually the chat out there? Because we were wondering what was going on. What were you guys talking about?
It was just about everything. We were just I don't usually talk in heats, and Nadav kind of started talking to me. He's such a good bloke. I was just like, I can't bar him. And we were just kind of joking about the waves, and talking about the QS, all that kind of stuff, and momentum and everything, and super cool to share a heat with him.
I know that you have a lot of people at home that you'd like to say thanks to. Take it away.
Shout out to Dad at home, my biggest inspiration, my nan and pop. My pop's still surfing at 83 years old, and honestly, he's also a massive inspiration for me. My nan, she's one of the most important people in my whole entire world, and I'm really grateful that I could get this done for you guys. All my family in New Zealand, anyone watching around, my beautiful girlfriend Georgia, she's watching at work. I'm sure she's screaming the house down. My siblings, Mia and Guy, thank you so much for everything you guys do for me. The whole Kingscliff and Tweed Coast, Gold Coast community, the whole Australian community, you guys getting around me, it really brings me up, and you guys are just a part of this win as much as I am and my circle are. So massive thanks to everyone involved, WSL, all my sponsors. Shout out the boys at Sharp Eye. Had the best equipment under my feet the whole entire event. And I think that's everyone. So thanks everyone, much love, and stoked.
Time to celebrate, Dane. Congratulations. It's been a big event, Jessie and Stace. It's all up to you now.
Take it away. Let me cry. I almost cried doing that. It was quite a nice speech. Nan got a shout out too.
Oh, you nailed it. It'd be so nerve-wracking, obviously enjoying that moment, but then you got to make sure that you hit the thank you list and I reckon he went 10 from 10. I don't think he missed a beat.
Oh,
He did well.
He did
He
really well.
nailed that. He
Yeah.
absolutely nailed that. He has our World Junior Champion alongside Isla Hupperts. We've got a pretty cool highlight reel for you guys, and then we're going to come back and see our champions get crowned. So enjoy. What a week, what a day, what an event. I just cannot believe everything we've kind of been through from that first day. Lots of swell, and then rolling on through, you know, like we mentioned at the start of the day, Di, Isla and Dane, they really earned those World Junior titles today.
Definitely, you know, they've been through whole condition, just like you said, 3-4 foot on the first day, and a couple of good days. And today it was tough condition for everyone, but everyone, you know, had a, you know, put on the great show. So definitely, two champions deserve this win. So great performances.
Yeah, it's been really exciting to see exactly what our juniors could bring to us this year, and it did not fall short of anything we expected. It went above our expectations. Dane Henry taking home the trophy along with Isla Hupperts back to Australia. We're going to say farewell from the booth. Thank you so much for watching. We also have the presentation coming up, so stay tuned to watch that. But that's a wrap from us here.
Well, thank you so much for everyone. It was great to be part of the team, and I just enjoyed every moment pretty much.
We're going to go to a quick ad break and come back with a presentation, but we'll see you guys next year for the World Juniors.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
And into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
All right, welcome everybody to the official awards presentation for the 2025 World Junior Championship Philippines, presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. And what an incredible week it's been. The work's down. Now it's time to crown some world champions. Came here last year for the first time for World Juniors. Philippines are amazing hosts. You guys put on an incredible show. No surprise to see exactly that. Once again, we've had a little bit of everything in terms of conditions. We started off real big, ended up quite small today. Performances were incredible though, but one consistent thing throughout has been the energy brought by the crowd here and the locals. So our first round of applause really goes to all you guys who've come down here every day to bring the support. The crowd on the beach, give yourselves a massive round of applause. You guys have been incredible. Other thanks need to go out to Purefoods and Magnolia Inc., our major partner and presenter sponsor for the event this year. We love it here in the Philippines. I'd also like to thank the provincial government of La Union and the San Juan local government Department of Tourism Region 1 for hosting our opening ceremony. Thank you to our partners and the people that this event couldn't happen without: SMC Infrastructure, Nutri-Chunks, Philippines Sports Commission. Also a very special thank you to La Union Surf Club and the local community and surfers to share this incredible spot with us. It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you for that. All right, time to give out some silverware here. And we'll say welcome to Will Hayden-Smith, Director, Longboard and Regional Tours, and to Analia Rodriguez from SMC. They're going to be handing out the trophies. All right, first up, we're going to welcome someone up to the stage who, well, this event, looking at the history of it, it's been somewhere where surfers that you maybe didn't know as much about really put their mark on a global stage against the very best in the world. So let's welcome up a surfer who's been incredible throughout his read on the ocean, has been absolutely amazing. From Ismail, Nadav Attar, your men's runner-up. Nadav, mate, you've had a brilliant week here. You've been absolutely incredible. You're surfing, but just overall, your energy's been really good. You look like you've been enjoying yourself. Obviously disappointed not to get the win, but it's been a fun week for you.
Yeah, it's been a great week. My first time in the Philippines, and it's already my favorite country other than Israel and Costa Rica. Special thanks to all the locals. You guys made it that much more special. The support from all the grounds, from all the parents, from all the people here, it's been amazing. Thank you to the locals for sharing your waves too. I know we were kind of a lot of competitors and we wanted every wave, so thank you for that too. Congratulations to all the finalists. You guys are amazing surfers, and yeah, cheers for the support this week. Much love.
Once again, some noise. Your men's runners up. Nadav Attar, incredible. All right, time now to welcome up someone that we do know about. She's already won one of these World Junior titles. She couldn't quite get it done this year, but she's been absolutely incredible to watch. Please make some noise for your women's runner-up, Sierra Kerr. Sierra, you've had a bit of adversity here. You were dealing with a little bit of ill health early on, but your form was really honing in on today, and I think a lot of people were looking at you to take this one out. Couldn't get it done in the end, but you've competed incredibly. How was your week?
Yeah, it was great. It's my first time competing properly, like first time doing 2 heats in a day since this comp last year, so yeah, just grateful to be here, and couldn't have picked anyone better to have the final with than Isla, and yeah, it was super fun, so stoked for her, and congrats everyone.
Your women's runner-up, Sierra Kerr, ladies and gents. All right, now let's move on to Champions. This guy's a lot of hype on him coming into this event, as with his compatriots from Australia. They brought a really strong team. He didn't have it all this way today. Had a really tough semi-final heat, but ultimately shown his quality in that final. Let's make some noise for Dane Henry, your World Junior Champ. All right, it's done a bit of paddling, but it's a heavy trophy. We're going to get that hoisted. Dane Henry, ladies and gents. Mate, what a day. We can see how much it meant to you. There's a couple of moments today where we saw that emotion coming out, and it's, what, a few minutes now as it started to sink in? How are you feeling?
Yeah, crazy. It's been a crazy couple of weeks. I feel like I've been here for about a month. But it was, the last 3 days gone from cruising and lay days and tiny waves and straight into finals day and to, get the job done. Had a lot of really special moments along the way, and yeah, this one's really sweet.
World Junior Champ for the men, ladies and gents, Dane Henry. All right, time now to welcome someone up here who really put a marker down on the very first day of competition. She smashed a big wave with a huge turn, got a 9-point ride, and then she went all the way with a huge performance here today. It's been a really good day for the Aussies. Let's make some noise for your Women's World Junior Champ from Australia, Isla Huppert. Isla, what an incredible day this has been for you. Obviously, all the preparation and hard work that goes in, and you dream about any comp that going all the way for the win, but how does it feel? What does it mean to you to have the world trophy in your arms right now here in the Philippines?
It means so much. I don't even know what to say. I'm so happy. It was like, we had such great waves on the first day, and I was pretty stoked to have a good heat, and then it got a bit more grovelly, and I was kind of just taking it heat by heat, getting through, and then here we are on finals day, and I got it done.
And you're the world champ. All right, once again, ladies and gents, make some noise for our champions and our runners-up. Woo!
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.